Hey guys, what's going on? Hopefully you can hear me okay. Let me know. We should be on the lav. So I'm going to watch chat for a second. It's not the best audio quality according to the stream that I'm listening to, which is kind of a bummer, but it's what we have to work with because I've got stuff to do. So maybe I'll try a different. I want to be able to edit this later, so I'm just going to try a different audio input real quick. Test. Let's see how that sounds. Hopefully that sounds better. Oh, good. Much better. Okay. So we are setting up the Ranger 3 today. I have not done pretty much anything yet. I am just kind of getting things settled. The very first thing that I did was I pulled the feet off the bottom. As you can see, I'm using a folding table, which I am well aware is not ideal. It's a very sturdy folding table, but it is a folding table. So I pulled the rubber feet off of the bottom, and the machine is resting flat on the table. We have the LO 800 watt chiller underneath. Nothing has been hooked up. The laser isn't even plugged into the wall yet. I've got Kyle with me today, who's setting up in the studio right now. He'll be up in here in a second to kind of chat with you guys and talk. And I'm going to get up and go over there and actually set the stupid thing up and talk to you guys while I'm working my way through it. It survived the trip pretty well. I think some of the ports on the bottom where you screw the feet into got bent. I should have taken the feet off. I didn't even think about it. And so I think that Jimmy and I maybe unintentionally bent those in shipping. And it got a couple bumps and scratches on it from the truck drive over and hauling it up the stairs to the studio, because we are in a second floor studio here. So we had to kind of lug it up the stairs and was banging into walls and dragging it on the sidewalk and stuff. So got a little beat up, but the powder coat actually held up pretty well. There's just a couple little scrapes and scratches on it, all which I can live with. So that's kind of where we're at. Really quick in chat, let's see who's hanging out with us today. So we've got my wife is first. Congratulations, Miranda. Chris King's here. Chris has been experimenting with his Ranger 3, so he's excited for this video. Cool. Matt says, here for now. Unfortunately, I will need to step out for a meeting shortly. That sucks, Matt, but we'll definitely get an edit of this up or something at some point. Or at least the replay, so you'll be able to check that out. J-Mac, Jack are both here. Jan from the Czech Republic, what's up? And Jay Groves, what's up? You guys are awesome. I can't wait for your fiber build. Thanks, man. I'm stoked for that too. Unfortunately, that'll have to wait until the spring, but it should be a fun project. And Love is here. Nice to see you during the daytime. I'm barely alive right now, but I am here. And Fundamental says, will this table throw the accuracy of the laser at all? Probably. Yeah, it's probably going to have some effect. I mean, even when I'm pushing on it, like really pushing on it, the sway is very minimal, but the folding table is temporary. I got it when I thought I was just going to have galvo lasers at the house before I knew that I was actually going to find like a desktop CO2 that I'd want to have at the home studio. Because of course we have the OhmTech and the Mira 9 at the studio. So once we got this machine, I wasn't really prepped table wise, but I didn't want to wait to play with it to get a new table set up. So it's there for now. We'll swap it out later, but it should be okay for the moment. Engraving says hi from Palestine, Gaza. What's up? That's a long way away. And Ruben Perez is here. What's up? For sure. Fundum, definitely. So we'll play with it over time. And Kyle's here. What's up, Kyle?
What up? What up? Good morning, everybody.
Hear you. Hold on. Let me switch my output. Speaker set to my headphones. Okay, there he is. Hey, man.
Hello.
You're looking clean. Did you do a trim, do a shave up there?
Yeah, gotta live with the balding, right? So
yeah. It's weird. I never knew that was a window.
Yes,
that's odd. I guess Love's never seen us during the daytime, and I've never seen you during the daytime in the basement, which is somehow very strange. Hey, dude, we're matching today. I like it. Burn to learn. That's what we're going to be doing today.
It felt appropriate for the stream.
Yeah, and this is not daylight, by the way. This is my key light, which I've jacked all the way up to max so that it's actually lighting up the far side of the room so you guys can actually see over there because it's so dark in here. So,
in all fairness, you'll be probably spending most of your time over there anyway.
Yeah. No, yeah, for real. Yeah, you're going to be the desk jockey today. Thomas Sharp says, good morning. What's up? Eggs, tension. Yo, what's going on? What are your areas of interest? Lasers. This is laser everything, man. We do everything laser, which is pretty cool. So, and I'll let you take that, Kyle, while I go over here and get started. So the first thing that I'm going to do probably is plug in the Ranger, and then I'm going to duct tape. So I did this really crappy, dude. So I cut a hole in the side of my exhaust line for the fiber, and I'm just duct taping the CO2 one to the hole. You know what I mean? To kind of make like a fake Y joint. Again, it'll do for now. The Ranger uses 3-inch hosing, and I have 4-inch hosing for the fiber, which I probably don't need. So what I'll end up doing is getting a 4 to 3-inch adapter for the fan, and then getting a 3-inch Y at some point. But for today, good old duct tape. So anyway, and just like we did for the unboxing stream, feel free to mute and unmute me as my audio is in and out of being annoying.
I made you bigger.
Cool, thank you.
So, good morning, Love. Good morning, J-Mac. Eggs. Yo, what's up? Good morning, Thomas. Yes, our areas of interest are things that emit light to engrave objects. What laser does Kyle have for the CO2? I affectionately call my laser the blue poo. And that's because it's blue and it's crappy. I've functionally swapped about 80% of the components of that laser because of failures. And the company doesn't support it. So, or rather, I should say, the parts failed and the company didn't support me. So, needless to say, they're getting a failing score on their customer service. This isn't laser. Blah, blah, blah. This ain't laser some things. No, we laser all the things. What is your opinion on Rickus 30-watt split-type fiber laser? I have funny you mentioned that, a 30-watt Rickus split-type. Well, that one's not a split-type. That one's an all-in-one fiber laser right there. So far, it's been good to me. I have, I forget how many hours at this point into testing it, but it's been okay. I still have many hours left before I finish a final review of it. We'll probably do another testing session doing some roundy objects, try out the rotary on it at some point.
You know what pains me, man?
What's up?
Pulling the paper off of the acrylic. I don't want to do it. Makes me sad.
but you get the satisfaction of the peel.
Yeah, I know, but you only get to do it once.
I'm not gonna lie. That the sound of you peeling that stood the hair on the back of my head up.
Dude, that's some solid, like, straight up ASMR right there.
Yes.
Also, bro, just so you know, are you expecting anything from Calio right now? Like shipping wise?
No, everything's here.
Okay, I just got a shipping notification from Wisely Laser from UPS that they're like mailing something to me. It's weird, right?
Yes.
So I don't know. Maybe
I'll ask him about it.
Yeah, shoot him a message. I got to move the lights up so that you guys can actually see the lightning bolt lights. Here you can see my. This is my Ethernet and USB lines running across the ceiling that go over to the computer over there. Can I get into this? Oh, I can. I can open it. That's so nice. Okay. I was nervous I was going to be able to open that.
Ron
Exhaust.
Says, hey, all.
Hey.
And Travis.
Exhaust first makes sense, right?
Yeah. That's where I would start before you start adding in any other stuff.
That's what I thought too. So that's what I'm going to do first. I mean,
it's situated where it's going to stay, so that's where I would go next.
This is what I would say is probably the most disappointing thing about the LightObject machine so far is this very sad bag with all of the things. Everything is in here. It's all the stuff inside the bag is very nice. It's just the bag itself is like nearly dead. Here, I wish it came with like
it's beginning to blow out from all the stuffs.
Yeah, from all the sides, and I wish it had like just like, you know how like the Mira came with like a little toolbox, you know?
Yeah.
Just give me a little toolbox. But again, this also isn't $10,000, so, or 12. I guess our version of the Mira was $12,000. So, oh man, you know what else?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just realized I don't have an air assist, so no air assist today.
Do you have that air pump air assist for the diodes there?
That was the fish tank one. I stole that from the OhmTech, and I recently brought that back to the shop for the OhmTech. So I'll have to go get it and bring it back here again, or I'll order a new one on Amazon. Whatever.
So Fundamental says, does that use Lightburn or some poopier software? It does use Lightburn, or you can use RDWorks. It's a Ruida controller. Oh no, wait, it's
oh no, it's Trosen, but
Trosen.
Yeah, it's the AWC 7813, which is their latest touchscreen model. It's a very nice controller. I haven't used it yet. I'm assuming there will be some differences on how commands are issued and received, but they're going to be very minimal, and obviously Lightburn supports it, so the end user experience shouldn't be very different.
In terms of using Lightburn, it should be very, very similar, probably.
Yeah.
Is there a big difference between split and all-in-one style? The difference is the part where your source and your power supplies and your driver for the rotary and stuff like that are all housed in the base of the laser versus having the fiber optic cable running to a physically separate box and all the power cords with it.
I don't think I've mentioned this before on stream or on the podcast, but I like to think of it as like a laptop. You know, if you plan on getting in there and fixing it yourself, maybe a laptop isn't the best choice.
I can agree with that. Yeah.
Because
it adds complexity.
The separate machine, like the split systems, are so much easier to get into, right? And once you do get into the single-bodied units, everything is going to be so much more densely packed inside of it that it could make it more difficult to work on. That's an opinion, not a fact, but just my thought.
We are also, in all fairness, we are going to dig into mine at some point too for the review. So I'll be able to give, kind of a first-person view of that when we go to do that.
Right.
You guys will be able to see what I have to go through. You did dig into the EM Smart, which was similar but smaller.
Yeah, the thing about the EM Smart is that it's so low powered though that the source is like teeny tiny. So there was actually
it's physically able to fit in smaller.
Yeah, there was actually some breathing room in there. It was pretty easy to navigate my way through.
Chris says that small metal desk, I think, was your focus disc. Mine was kind of close, but I'm missing the context of what the first part was. Hold on. Chris,
What was the full comment?
Chris said that small metal disc, I think, was your focus disc. Mine was kind of close, but I asked.
Chris has a Ranger 3 as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I got you now.
You just got his too.
Oh, your Ranger twinsies.
Yep.
He got the upgraded tube though.
I did, or he did?
He did. I don't know.
I don't know what mine is. Mine's the 75 watt. Is that the upgraded or the normal one? I don't know.
I can Google. I have the power of the Googles.
The power of the Googles. I was sitting there hand cranking the exhaust vent clamp, and I'm like, no,
nah,
not gonna do it. Not gonna do it for me.
So the 70 watt tube is the default. The 80 watt is the upgraded, and it'll have a little extension box on it.
Oh, an extension box, fancy. I do not have the upgraded then.
You got the OG.
I got the OG.
I'm just gonna leave that product page up in case we need info.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna. That's not gonna be the last time.
Yeah. The lighting on the left is out of camera view. Yeah, he's doing the best he can from the angle of the desktop.
What is?
The lighting. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. All
right. Jack says they need to step up their bag game.
Yeah, the bag game is weak, bro.
You know, it's our job to nitpick about little stuff like that. Yeah. So we're all caught up in chat. So good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning.
Ugh.
Well,
Tuesdays are the worst.
It's now Tuesday afternoon here.
So I had a UPS package.
Anyway.
I had a UPS package delivered or attempted to be delivered to the shop twice. And twice they said they couldn't deliver it because the business was closed, which like whatever. So I contact them and I'm like, yo, I need to pick this package up. And they're like, sure, you can pick it up at our distribution center, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, cool, when are you open? And she says 4 to 6. And I'm like, this is a UPS distribution center. She must mean 4 in the morning until 6 in the evening. No. I drove there this morning at like 6 o'clock in the morning, closed 4 p.m. to 6 p.m.
What?
Yeah, and it was like an hour drive round trip. So I fucking drove all that way for nothing today. Isn't that crazy?
That's
I would expect
ridiculous time.
Yeah, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Like what? Come on, don't strip. Just get tight. There we go. All right, that's done. Whew.
Yeah, that's crazy timing. I don't understand that.
I'm trying. Oh man, the table's bending, dude.
It needs some midsection support.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it more towards like where the supports are.
Yeah.
But it's just gonna have to hold for now.
Final says, how is Kyle? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Nope, I was just talking to myself mostly.
Final says, how is Kyle so chipper? He was up late helping me troubleshoot my CO2 gantry late last night. Late for him.
Yeah, late for you.
I hate to tell you, but I was up until about 6 hours ago, and then I got like a 5-hour nap.
Your late final is Kyle's afternoon.
Yeah, basically. My normal schedule these days is I go to bed sometime between like, I don't know, 3 and 7 a.m.
Yeah.
So Pepsi helps.
The Pepsis.
Yes. One of these mornings I'll have to do an engrave challenge. I have to engrave the glass I'm going to use to drink my Pepsi out of for the day, or I can't have any.
Yeah, and you need to stay up until 3 a.m. the night before, and you have to get up and do it at 6.
Oh.
So you're like delirious for it, you know?
I mean, it would definitely be a challenge.
That's what I'm saying.
Fun Dumb Mental says on the shipping note, they'll say Monday through Friday. They'll hold the package for 5 business days and count Saturdays because they're open.
Oh, yeah, dude. Ironically, that's how I got into this situation in the first place. The tracking said that it would be here on the 1st. So I planned on being at the shop today. I wasn't even going to be here to do this stream. I planned on being at the shop to get the package. And then their second delivery attempt apparently was Monday morning. So it's like, okay, UPS runs on different time than the rest of the world, I guess.
Well, I feel like I've had some problems with it's not just the estimated delivery time, but it's also like we plan to be there between this time and this time. And so like, you know, then they're just like on a completely different prior day, like the day before, but they don't update their tracking.
Right.
Like they never signed it out of the distribution center. It's just on a truck being delivered and nobody knows it.
Right. All right, dude. I actually, you know what? I think this is respectable. I don't think it's pro grade, but I think it's gonna exhaust. So
that's the important part.
That is the important part. I'm just kind of layering at this point. The main patch is done.
Exhaust is gonna exhaust.
All right, I don't feel any air coming out. Luckily, it's kind of a windy day, so I've got the backdraft coming in.
You got that built-in air tester.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't play by business rules or nicely. I hear you on that, Fun. So, fun fact, the Ranger 3 has a dry weight of 180 pounds.
Yeah, it's a heavy boy.
Yeah.
All right, well, it seems like we're getting good suction.
Chris says,
that's so nice. Can you see this? Can you see this?
Yeah.
So it comes out of the window and then it's coming out of the CO2. When I'm not using the fiber one, it just sits flat against the table, all bunched up. So I'll get better vacuum from the CO2.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool. All right, sorry. Anyway,
happy accident.
Happy accident.
Chris says, I heard him mention 80-watt tube during the interview. I'm guessing when we had him on the podcast. Marco. Shout out to Marco. It wasn't on the net, but they added it after I asked for it. Yeah, man.
Oh, damn.
I mean, the 80-watt tube that they're using, I guess, isn't very much longer than the Ranger is already. So it just needed that little, that little bit right there.
Yep.
Nice little enclosure box. All I'm going to say, I'm not going to read it out loud, but engraving, that's what she said. We're going to keep it PG, though.
Imagine. All right. I can just kind of sit there for now. I can put my rotary tool back. I was using the fiber laser rotary tool to keep the Ranger up off of the table. I literally stuck, because there's such tanks, the fiber rotaries. I literally just jammed it under the Ranger, and it held the entire weight of the Ranger while I took the feet out. Stupid.
I mean, they're beefy boys.
Yeah, beefy boys for sure.
Those two-sided D80 rotaries, man, they could probably be used as a bottle jack for a tank. Let's be honest.
Yeah, totally.
Okay,
okay, so exhaust is 100%, and I'm thinking chiller lines next.
Yeah.
You saw the unboxing video of the chiller, right, with Jimmy?
Yeah.
So, you remember how we put that loop on the back so that the chiller would just cycle water back into the chiller?
Yeah.
That's still on there. So I have to get that off, because I didn't want to dump all that water out. It was brand new water,
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I have to get that off.
Well, that should be the high point.
It should be,
right? So when you slice that, you shouldn't really get a ton out, but I would definitely have maybe a little something there to catch the water that spills out, just in case.
The tubing that they sent with the laser, just to report on things as I'm putting it together, is very, very nice, by the way.
Good. Ruben says, what is the cost of the Ranger? It has an MSRP of $5,000. It is currently on sale for $4,250 right now, for the standard model. If you go with the upgraded one, the 80 watt, it's $4,390. So.
Oh, is that now on the website?
Yep. So as of right now, if you want the 80 watt with the extension case on it versus the 70 watt, it's a difference of $140. Which isn't bad, I think. That's literally probably the difference in cost on the tubes, to be honest. Because I'm thinking back at my when I was looking at a 100 watt tube just in case I needed it as a replacement potentially. I think it was at the time $800. So for 10 watts for $140 seems about right. Is there any considerable difference between a 70 watt and an 80 watt? What is that, 65 watts?
It'll buy you
of usable wattage versus 75. It's not a huge
I think it would buy you a 1/16 inch to an 1/8 inch of cutting power, and I don't think it's going to make any difference when you're marking.
Yeah,
but it will give you just that little extra bit of oomph when you're trying to cut through stuff,
If you're doing really fine engraving, you'll get probably, I would imagine, a slightly smaller dot out of the 70 watt versus the 80. So if you're doing it's not going to be a huge difference. You'll get a much bigger difference at going to a smaller lens. But I mean, if that very small difference matters to you and you're doing a ton of marking, then there you go. I would probably only upgrade to the 80 watt if you're doing some extra cutting. Absolutely, Ruben, no problem. Travis says, is it a Recce tube? It is not. I believe
it's made by a company called JK, which I hadn't heard of before I met Marco, but Marco swears up and down that they're the shit. So we're going to find out.
The shit in a good way.
Yeah, the shit, not shit.
Yeah. So Chris says it's a JK tube. Yeah. So yeah, Marco says that they're a pretty premium brand. So we're gonna put that to the test.
All right, chiller's on. Going to do a bubble check.
Sounds like a win.
Hopefully the sound of me like rustling around with the lav on isn't too obnoxious.
It actually isn't all that bad.
Good.
We got an earful of the chiller when you turned it on, but that is also kind of to be expected. It's part of the ambience, you know?
Right. So to their credit, not a single bubble in the entire length of the tube at all. So I don't have to do anything. I'm done. So that's fine. One less thing I need to worry about. Hi, guys. I haven't been over by the camera in a minute.
It's a nice sweatshirt you got on there, Alex.
Thanks, bro. You can pick it up over at lasereverything.net/merch. All right, there we go. Dump that back in there. Oh, we need to route USB too.
Does this come with a water chiller? No, it does not. But you can get a water chiller from the same website.
And they're inexpensive and very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Go watch the unboxing Jimmy and I did on the channel for this one. It's oh, dude, you can set the temperature with like 3 button presses, which if you've never had an SNA, you don't appreciate. But
so I have an SNA 5200. I'm pretty sure mine is significantly louder than yours.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad chiller. It's a great chiller.
It's a great chiller, and they've been around for a very long time. They're proven, and they last.
Damn it, it's loud.
They're tanks, but yeah, they're fucking loud, and they suck to set. Not that you have to set them every day, but they suck to set. So
if you want to adjust them, it's like you need to know the Konami code, and then also like the source code that they use to program it in binary. It's ridiculous how much you need to mess with it to actually change anything. The LightObject ones, it's like up and down. That's it.
Yeah, up, down, and set.
So. They do, in all fairness, also carry SNA chillers too, but
they do.
The MSRP on, you have the Q800, right?
Yes. Which you don't need for the Ranger, by the way. This is a little bit overkill. You could go with the 6th with this unit. Just saying.
So the Q800, as it sits for Alex, is MSRP'd for $545. They're selling it, however, for $425 right now.
So you want to hear something crazy really quick, just while I'm thinking of it? So where you plug this into the wall power, there's a switch to let the power in here, but then there's another switch to turn on the machine. So there's actually 2 layers of like stoppage between the components of the machine and the wall.
That's kind of solid.
Cool. Yeah.
I like that.
Here we go. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That one turned the... Oh, okay. So, interesting. So that one turned on the LED lights inside, but nothing else. So when you turn that one on, the lights come on, but your controller and your tube are unpowered.
Is your e-stop on or off?
No, the e-stop is off, like in the powered position. But I haven't pushed the second switch yet. So this is the official power up. Okay, here we go. Hopefully. I think I hear some things humming. The light is on. I don't know what to expect from the Trosen on boot up time or anything.
It is unexplored territory as of yet.
Doesn't seem to be up.
So I was just going to say for reference,
Okay.
Ooh, is it going?
Oh yeah, it's going. So there's a button down here called the equipment switch that fired up the Trosin and the Z table, which is now auto
homing.
Auto homing. There's a limit switch built in for the Z, which is really cool.
You know what that means?
Huh.
It means if you ever wanted to do layered cuts in Lightburn, it's going to be a whole lot nicer.
Yeah, true that. And the X and the Y just homed successfully, and the Trosin is online.
There
we go.
Fantastic.
We're operational. We're operational.
So the Q800 is $425. My SNA 5200, when I bought it last November, so about a year ago, was almost $900 on Amazon. Which, I mean, that was pretty price gougey at the time, but that was the only place I could find it in stock at the time.
They generally go for $6-ish, in my experience, $6-ish.
So the Q800 kind of hits above its weight class for sure. If you got like a 60 or an 80 watt, I'm sure you could get away with the Q600, which is $385 instead of $425. But for a difference of like, what is that, $40? You get a little overhead is not a bad thing, especially for like a hot summer day. Or if you live like, you know, closer to the equator.
Can you mute me for a second, Kyle?
Yes. Now, if you guys have any questions of the setup so far, just throw them in chat. You good, Alex? Need a minute? Oh, you're good.
No, I'm good. Thank you. I just had to take my hoodie off, dude. It's cold outside, and I've got the window wide open, but I'm just like working up a sweat. It's hot.
Now you're pumped. Yeah.
So now we're running this is a 50-foot USB extension cable, which we have tested on many lasers, and it works very well for getting that range across a room or whatever. So we use these in the shop. So I'm just going to run some USB really quick over and down. I could do it on Ethernet.
J-Max says your air conditioning is on.
My air conditioning is not on.
He meant your other air conditioning.
My other air conditioning. Oh, this air conditioning down here?
Yes.
You like that? There we go. I got to keep the air flowing, you know?
Yeah, I got to keep cool.
It gets muggy, dude, you know? I do live in New York.
Yeah, I'm in Connecticut. It's not all that different. I hear it.
I had a whole little bag of little sticky things for the ceiling. I don't know where they are. I've got more zip ties than I know what to do with. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right, this part's going to be a little boring, everybody. Sorry in advance, but it just has to be done.
It's part of the process, man. It's just how it
really is.
It's all part of the experience.
It's all part of the air conditioning.
So since we're talking about LightObject stuff so much, the Ranger is obviously from LightObject. The chiller is from LightObject.
It is.
Little spoiler to the fam hanging out today. I have another thing from LightObject.
Oh yeah, the other thing.
The other thing. Should we talk about the other thing?
Yes, show them the other thing. We're getting it's almost that season, man. It's time to go. Definitely talk about the other thing.
Just a live unboxing? Or a top-down deal?
No, you can do it live. It's not. How much is there to top down, really?
That's true. It's just, one thing.
Do it live. Just mute me so that I can recut it. And full screen yourself, please, if you would.
Hello. We got our knife we did on stream. Hang tight. I'm just removing the shipping label. All right, guys. I has a box. It does get hot, J-Mac. Yes.
It's purty.
It's a pretty box. So you might be asking, what comes in such a small and, reasonably sized box from LightObject? And
Dope
still
shit.
Yeah. Some pretty awesome stuff, to be honest. This is particularly exciting if you live up north or really far south where it gets really cold. It's got a power cord and an inlet and an outlet. So that's good, right? There's no really good way to do this. So it is called the Afterburner. And the reason why this is awesome is because it's going to allow me to put my laser in my garage and get it out from behind me. This will keep my laser tube and my water chiller from freezing when it gets below freezing. And it can be run in line with the chiller so that it keeps the tube above freezing. So I won't have to worry about a burst laser tube, hopefully. Yeah. And just like the chillers, just an up and down button, an enter and menu button, and that's it. And an on off button. So I will say at the very minimum, in terms of their simplicity, they kind of win the battle on that. And I'm unfamiliar with any other heating options for integrated setups like that aside from this. So pretty happy with it considering the price is only $75 on that. So it's a really good peace of mind. I know a lot of people don't have the option of putting their CO2 in their house. So if you have to run it out of a shed and you live where it freezes, that means you also don't have to worry about additives messing with your tube or changing the conductivity of your cooling liquid. So, yeah. World's fastest unboxing. I am blowing you back up, Alex. Not blowing you back up, Alex. Bill says, Alex, is that USB extension male to male or male to female? The cable Alex has, I believe, is male to male. But we can confirm in a moment. They come both ways. Final says, I have to get one. Broken laser tube due to freezing sucks. Yes, it really does suck.
Hey, man.
Alex is back.
I'm back. Sorry, Miranda's just reporting Facebook drama to me because people don't have any self-control.
Sounds typical to Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook, right?
So we're gonna do a peel on my light object here.
Ooh, wait, a peel? Oh, does it have a peel? Does it have a thing to peel?
Yes. You know,
Don't you dare peel that half screen. Full screen yourself so I can clip it. Ooh,
That was it.
that was a good snap there at the end, though.
Yeah. Really well protecting. So,
Right, so I've run the whole length of the ceiling, and I'm just plugging it into the actual USB cable now. Just status update.
that extension, was it male to female? And then you just use the
Yeah, that's male to female. I'm going into the 10-port hub that we have on the buying guide that everything plugs into. It runs up and over and then just directly into the machine via the USB-B.
Cool. Yeah, if you live where it gets down into the freezing temps, I will let you know how this goes. My laser is literally going out into my garage for the winter, which is kind of backwards, but that is why I'm very excited about it.
Right, most people are trying to bring them in, Kyle.
Yeah, I know.
But we need to make space because you may be doing in the spring
a special build.
Yeah,
potentially. I also need
light
more
objects
space for other testing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But
yeah, the blue poo has been tested, right?
The blue poo has been well tested.
The word is in on that. We know the status of the blue poo.
Yes, we do. So I'm making space in the garage currently. That's going out there, and I mean, just to give you some context, it was like 38 degrees Fahrenheit. So what is that, like 2 Celsius? Here last night, and it's the first day of November. So the next 3 months is going to be in and out of freezing temps, more so in than out around here. 4 months. We get freezing temperatures through March here sometimes. So
yep,
going into April for sure. So it would be dumb of me to put a glass tube with water in it out into the garage without some kind of way of heating it. So
for people that don't want an afterburner for some weird reason, you can also get what's the MSRP on the afterburner?
$75. They do have chillers that heat too, right?
Yeah, I was gonna what? LightObject?
Yeah, don't they?
I think they're so what they're working on is a version 2 of the afterburner. So basically, the way it is right now is the afterburner will heat the water, but it doesn't have a pump in it. So you have to leave the chiller on all the time, right? So let's say you have your chiller set to 18 degrees. You'll set the afterburner to 20, right? And then the afterburner won't let the chiller get low enough that the fans will kick on. So it's just the pump running in the chiller, but you are using the chiller as a pump.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
That's not a big deal.
In the future, the afterburner will have its own integrated pump so that you don't need to have the chiller on at all. You'll still be pushing water through the chiller system, but it won't be turned on. But the idea is the afterburner will never let the chiller temp get high enough or low enough to trigger the fans, right? So you'll never be running the compressor. So you're just using the pump. So in theory, it's just as power efficient. It's just more stuff you need to make sure stay on all the time. But
yeah,
you know, and then when you want to use your laser, you just turn the afterburner off and let the chiller run. So
makes sense.
Yep. Just doing a little cable management down here.
Cable management is key.
Yeah. I don't want to come back down here after I'm done. So trying to get that tucked away nicely.
Yeah, that's fair. Bill says, thanks, guys.
You're welcome, Bill.
I don't know what we did, but we're happy to.
I did it, and I'm stoked about it. No regrets. Okay. All right. So we're plugged in. We're powered. I did kind of a crappy job running this line. I can tidy it up later, but people didn't come here to watch me run USB. They came here because they want to see a laser. So that's what we're going to give them.
I need to make you bigger.
Oh, yeah, sure. Go for it.
Nope, that's the wrong order. There we go.
There's not much to see going on here, to be honest, but
it's all about that Ranger, man.
I'm going to put up one or two more clips. We're almost there. It's not quite as stable as I want it to be. I could have avoided all of this by just hooking the Ranger up to Ethernet. It has Ethernet support, and the switch is right there. But, you know, I don't want to figure out how Lightburn Ethernet works right now, so.
Oh. Or Trosen might have some differences to Arita too on that.
Yeah, so USB it is.
Project for another day.
Yeah, this isn't a Lightburn over IP review. I'm so glad you made me bigger. What a show.
I will probably be messing with that too, because it's either that or I have to figure out a way to run a Ethernet cable through a 3-foot wall.
Right.
Or a USB cable, rather.
Which I bet some of our viewers do.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible. I would just need a really freaking beefy drill bit. But it's just not something I want to deal with, so I'm not going to. So I'm probably either going to pick up a Raspberry Pi or Lightburn sells like a wireless thing already set up, which is basically a Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
With like custom firmware so that it makes it a wireless access point. It does things and makes things work wirelessly.
Yeah, does magic.
Without getting into the technical details, which there are some differences between that and just a normal wireless extender you could use technically. It changes the way that the packets are transmitted so that you don't corrupt your file on the way over. Right. To put it into very, very simple terms.
In Jimmy's words, it's more gooder.
Yes. It's more gooder, and there's a reason for it.
So I was going to set up a webcam so that you guys could see what's going on. So I haven't needed a webcam in forever. And I'm struggling to locate it, but I'm sure that it's around. Just need an extra minute.
Oh,
I have 2 minutes.
To put it in perspective, the $75 for the afterburner is well worth the expense for keeping this laser functional and not a broken tube setup. Considering a 100-watt tube right now is starting at $700. Plus shipping.
By the way, so people often ask me what the best way is to keep their spaces warm when they're having a laser in like the garage or something. And usually what I tell people is get like a radiator heater, like an oil heater, you know, with the radiator fins on it. And decent ones of those are the same price as the afterburner.
Yeah. And this is going to be far more efficient because you're heating only the thing you need heated instead of the entire room.
Right.
The benefit to an oil heater is it makes the rest of the room warm for you.
So if you're going to be in there,
If you're going
but
to
even
spend
then,
8
you
to
don't want
10
to leave.
hours in there,
Even then, you don't want to leave the oil heater on when you're not in there.
no, so now you're saving yourself a potential fire, using a heater that uses a flammable fuel. This is electric, it's self-monitored, and it kind of just does its thing. Jack is in North Carolina. It doesn't get cold often, but he says he tries to make sure he blows the water out of his tube if he thinks it's going to get that cold. So yeah, that's your other option. So if it doesn't get cold often, it just drops down there once in a while, and you still want to use your tube, that's probably the best way to handle it. The problem is when you start using stuff like antifreeze in your coolant to give you that freezing protection, a lot of the additives in coolant, like antifreeze coolant, can start to corrode certain metals, especially like
and they're conductive.
they're changing the conductivity of the coolant. Yeah. So distilled water, the reason why we use distilled water in a cooling system isn't just because it doesn't mess with the metal and plastic. That is a good reason, but it's not the only reason. The other reason why we do it is because distilled water, you're removing the minerals that are in the water that add to the conductivity of the laser. And for example, a 100-watt tube could use like 10,000 volts of electricity.
You don't want that arcing to the case. Yeah,
exactly. Like that's a problem. So you also don't want that arcing to your cooling system, because if you think about it, you are running the cooling system through the tube very close to both endpoints because it has to keep the entire tube cool. So if you're jacking up the conductivity of that water and it arcs, you could burn out your tube. You can cause damage to your machine. It's not what you want. So if you're just running RV coolant through it to stop it from freezing for a night, that might be an option. But then you have to sit there and flush the whole thing. It's just
the whole thing. It's a whole thing.
Yeah. It's not a sustainable option. But let's just go with that, because you're going to be dumping time into it. And in all likelihood, you trying to save the tube for a night with coolant could end up costing you your machine anyway. So is that the Marco? Marco Wong.
Nope, maybe.
Marco, is that you, Marco?
Is that Marco?
Is that our buddy Marco?
Marco Polo?
I think it is.
Nope. What's up, Marco?
Yep, we were just talking about the flow sensor. Yep. It is him.
What's up, Marco? Hey, man.
I did a little unboxing of the Afterburner a couple of minutes ago. I'm not sure if you were here. But we talked about the flow indicator or flow sensor and all that. Yep.
I'm trying to find a combination of USB cables and HDMI cables that are long enough to connect this camera to the computer. That's what I'm doing, just in case anybody's wondering.
Yeah. He did bring up a good point, too, about the cold can cause thermal shock to the glass in the tube and stuff. Sure. That is absolutely a good point as well. You are 100% correct. I'm with you there. So keeping the tube a stable temp, both going up in temp and down in temp, is important. If it gets too cold too quickly or too warm too quickly from cold, you run the risk of breaking it too, and just messing with the lifespan of the tube. Good morning. Fundamental says if you have a GPU mining rig, you can just keep it in there to keep the entire place warm.
True. That's fair.
It's like electric heat, right?
Too bad mining things is worthless these days.
Jack says his is in a 15 by 20 barn top building with no insulation.
Love that.
Yeah, so needless to say, that building isn't holding much heat, I'm sure. John says he's in New Mexico. He puts a space heater in the laser to keep it warm. Just make sure you keep the water circulating too. If you keep the tube warm, it'll stop the tube from shattering, but you can still damage the chiller if the water inside the chiller freezes. Because, yeah. Yeah, space heaters on overnight unattended is not ideal. Yep. So prior to this being an option, I was considering doing the aquarium heater thing, but it's so. I mean, it introduces a way for the water to get stuff in it. It's just a headache sometimes. I really like this option because you're plumbing it together. You're not introducing an open air situation. Yep. Awesome. Good. Chiller stays on is good. So that'll probably be getting set up for me in the next couple of weeks. Still kind of getting a second shop space set up in the garage, and then that'll get moved out there.
Sorry, dude. I'm trying everything in my book right now.
You're good, man.
My book of tricks.
You're right over there.
Just missing. This whole time I was operating under the assumption that the second camera had mini HDMI, but it has micro HDMI because there's 8,000 different kinds of HDMI.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking for one of those now.
Okay. Miranda says, man, Alex didn't even make his bed for the live stream. That's overrated.
No. It is overrated. I'm going to get back into it in like an hour anyway.
Yeah. It's the nugget nap bed.
What to do about this problem?
Jack says he has a Canon M50, but it would help if he knew how to use it. It's a learning curve when you start getting into DSLRs and stuff.
Well, typical. I just found the webcam.
Laser cam style.
Yeah. I mean, I'm already 99% of the way done setting up the DSLR, so we're using the DSLR, but also the reason I'm not on camera right now is because the screen is frozen because I accidentally unplugged the one that was plugged into the thing. So
That's all right.
But I am standing here. I'm here, guys.
Alex is just invisible.
Alex is just incompetent.
Nah. Matt says he's not going to lie. He would be nervous to sleep with that much weight by his head. Hey, that folding table is solid.
It is like solid steel. It's got a steel underframe on it, so
It's fine.
I think it's okay. All right, baby, come on. Here we go. Yeah, buddy. All right, I think we're in business. All right, now let me just fix everything I broke. Hey, I'm alive.
It's an Alex.
Okay. There's that. And then, let's see. Let's duplicate this. I guess we'll fix this too while we're at it. There we go. There we go. That's more normal. And then I'm just going to pull these in. So you guys can see me. Hello. Beautiful. And then we need to add I gotta go dark again for a second. It's all quiet on the chat.
Yeah, for the most part. Haven't really missed anything since the weighty table. OBS is doing OBS things, huh?
I deleted the Windows or the EOS webcam utility because we switched over to the HDMI method.
Yeah.
And now I need the EOS webcam utility again because the USB is the only thing that will reach. So I'm reinstalling that.
Okay.
"27 people are watching Kyle and nothing Alex." Tiny Kyle.
That's the first time in my life I've ever been called tiny. It's
If you are new to Laser Everything, welcome. This is our usual level of organization here.
It's all good.
All right.
Doing it live.
It's installed. Yeah, this is what Premiere is for.
Yeah. You guys get to see behind the curtain live.
Please work. Oh my God, I'm a genius. Okay. All right. Check this out. Boom. HD.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully that was worth the wait. Okay, I need to, first things first, I need to get this freaking light out of my face. Because I'm blinded by the light. All right.
You have the power of the sun in your face.
I have children's songs stuck in my head because of my daughter. Oh my God. Oh, thank the Lord. Okay. Actually, can we turn? I want to look pretty again. How's that? It's a little dim. There we go. All right, I'm back to my normal self. Feeling good. We have a nice view of the Ranger here now. Ooh. And we can actually run something on it. So we'll have to add it to Lightburn. We're going to do the initial Lightburn setup. If you don't know how to do that, Kyle is producing an excellent series on the topic, which I highly recommend. The Lightburn for Gantry Crash Course. Kyle, where are we on the whatsy who's it's?
The scan adjust.
Yeah, the scanning adjustment. Precisely.
I finished doing the thing that me and you were testing the other night. I need to finish editing that into the episode, and that will be ready to go up.
Dope.
My channel is the one that we are on right now because I do videos for here.
I am going to run downstairs because Jimmy brought me some wood to test on. So I'm going to get that. And then we can throw it in and we can start actually using this machine.
You heard it here first. Alex has wood from Jimmy.
Never forget. Never forget. Hey, can you hear me downstairs, Kyle?
I can.
Oh,
that wireless lav has some distance. Oh, and now you cut out. And now I hear you again.
See the Ranger? It's all set up. I still can't hear you yet, but I'm trying. Up. I think I got your back. Hey, I'm on the stairs. Okay, so stairs works for me, but apparently you could hear me when I was like in the living room, so that's pretty cool.
Yep, we could hear you.
Good little Movo mic. All right, I'm back with my wood from Jimmy.
Yes, Matt, the whatsy who's it and the thing.
So he brought me some 16th inch and some 1/8 inch, and it's veneered press board.
I bet you that'll engrave pretty nice.
Yeah, it'll probably have nice contrast. I wouldn't do a deep engraving on it, but it could be good for like photo work.
Yeah. Yeah, so in terms of Lightburn for Gantry, if you're going through this with your very own Ranger or other laser, that's a CO2 gantry, check that out. We go through the whole setup process so far, and we're kind of honing in on the last of the device settings now. That'll be the next episode is the last bit of that, and then we're going to start moving into the rest of the basic setup stuff. Moving into the more, I guess, project-y user-based tools and all that.
I guess I'm just gonna download this update from Lightburn really quick.
Do it.
I'm doing it. I don't want to, but I'm doing it.
It's for the educations. Look, he's going through the installer for the update.
I know this is so exciting for everyone.
Thankfully, with updates, when you already have all the drivers and stuff installed, you can more or less spam through the next button to get the current stuff installed, and you'll be good to go.
So I'm removing here the AL1, which Chris has. I just removed the EM Smart, which Chris has. And I'm removing the 60M7, which Jimmy has. So we're left with the 30-watt Mactron, the OG Mactron, first gen, and we're going to go ahead and add the Ranger here. So I'm going to find my laser, and it doesn't show up.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, did you do the DSP controller on this computer at all?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that shouldn't stop gantry from working, right?
Yes, it will.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Launch that installer again, bud.
Okay. Here's a picture of me when I was a teenager. Actually, I wasn't quite a teenager. This was like 22.
It's
That was before.
it's a flashback to boy band Alex.
Yeah, before I knew anything about lasers.
Yeah. Because this computer was never at the shop, right? So you never had a gantry on it, other than the diode.
Yeah, that's true. Let's try that again. Hopefully that's it. Damn.
We tried. You might need to turn the laser off and on again now that the driver is installed.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yes, but
That's fair. I'll try that next. Let's give that a shot.
I have round 2 of Pepsi going in.
All right, I heard a disconnect from Windows. Boop, boop, boop. Main power's on. Laser tube power and the equipment switch.
It sings you the song of its people while it homes.
Yeah. Come on, baby. Oh,
All right. So I guess
I'm
it's time
nervous.
for device manager.
I'm nervous. It's the extender, dude.
It might not even be that. It might. Honestly, I've been having problems with it automatically finding my stuff. I've had to manually add the last like 3 times I did a Galvo.
Should I use the dig to install the Win USB drivers on this?
No. Is it? Hold on. Let me make you big.
It's the AWC USB device. It's there. That's the Trosen controller.
Just right click on it and have it do update driver. Yep.
And Windows update. But I don't think that's it.
Hang tight.
If you guys watch Laser Everything and you wonder if we have problems too, we do. This is why we know the answers to these questions, because we also struggle with the same things.
It's true. We're humans too.
I don't know. I feel like sometimes everybody thinks everything goes perfectly for us all the time. That's not the case.
Yeah, no.
I don't know what the dimensions are of this.
It is 600 by 380.
I only get auto on the ports as well. I can attempt to pull it from the hub. And go right into the computer. Nope, doesn't like that either. Hmm.
When you did the device setup in the new device wizard, did you select USB or serial USB?
Serial USB.
I think that might be part of the problem too.
Okay, we can try that. I don't even remember that.
We'll get there.
Okay.
Okay. So now we're just down to figuring out the driver issue, because that's still got the yellow triangle of death in device manager, right?
It does.
Okay. You might have to restart the computer. I think
Okay.
Windows Update might be cock blocking you.
Yeah. Well, I suppose we could do a we could do a part 2 to this stream.
If you want, I could hang out here and do a Q&A while you do that too. It's up to you.
Oh yeah, it won't stop streaming, right?
Nope.
Yep. Oh, nice. Freaking StreamYard for the win.
Love the platform, man.
Yep. Okay. Dope. Then I am gonna bail on you guys and restart this.
He's already out. All right, so we'll just kind of hang out. If you guys have any questions, we can answer them. Alternatively, I can also do a little testing on my fiber laser while you guys hang out if you'd like. I could fire up to UV. That is true. What do you guys think? You want to check out some UV action? I think because he has Windows Update pending, it might be screwing with the driver installation, which does happen. Pro tip: if you guys have Windows Update pending a restart or an update, definitely do that. Yeah, we could do that. I gotta move some stuff around. Boss lasers. So actually, Matt, one of our moderators, shout out to Matt B, Matt B instead of Matt D. He has a Boss 150 watt. He loves it. Me and Alex haven't really done anything with Boss lasers, so we don't really have a personal opinion on them, but our moderator loves his. Matt Bizzle. Yep. You got it, JMac. All right. Let's do some messing around with the UV. I can actually show you some UV stuff on Lightburn. That's what you're looking at getting. From what I understand, it's a solid brand according to the people I've talked to. But again, I don't really have any personal experience with it, so I don't have a personal opinion on it. But Matt loves his. No, you're not adding confusion, Matt D. There's room enough in this world for two Matts. We got that differentiating letter factor. All right, let's get some setup going. All right, let's see. John's looking for a bigger bed. So yeah, I mean, they do have bigger bed lasers you can pick from. Jay says, I'd honestly consider LightObject or Thunder before Boss, just his opinion. I mean, from what we've seen from the LightObject that Alex is in the process of setting up, it seems pretty nice. Thunder's another brand we haven't had any personal experience with, so I can't really offer much in that. I can tell you I don't recommend the laser I have because it's required so much work because of downtime and broken parts and failed power supplies that I just don't wish that upon anybody. All right, we're over at the UV. Hey, J-Mac, I have a question for you. Have you done slate on the UV yet? I just realized I was talking to myself. I accidentally hit the mute button, apparently. JMax says, just a quick test. Haven't spent a ton of time on it, but got a good result. Okay, cool. New pi burn rotary setup with light burn and the UV testing on glass. Very cool, man. I'm not really ready to go that route with the UV just yet. We'll be doing some more glass work in the future, though, for sure. And since I didn't make a focal stick for this thing yet, and I don't have a red dot set up for it yet, I have to measure this with a ruler. I don't know if you guys can see that. Excuse me. Let's see. Can you replace CO2 laser tube with a different manufacturer as long as it's the same wattage? So yes, you can. You want to verify that the wattage and the amperage is within an acceptable range of your power supply. You can go bigger on it. You can overdo a power supply, as in you can go bigger if you want to. But if you put a tube in that the power supply can't handle, you can ruin the power supply and the tube. Has anyone done any cowhide leather with the hair on it? No, I have not, at least. That is, sounds like an interesting project. Just getting Lightburn set up here so we can share. Hang tight for me, please. There we go. Okay. I can change screens. All right. So here we are in Lightburn. So I'm just going to do a little test block here. And so part of the reason I found I don't really know what interval size to go with, so I'm going with 0.02. Part of the reason why Lightburn's a little weird right now with power output is, for example, if I set it to 100, I actually get less power output with my UV than I do at like 99%. So there's some oddities that they'll be working out, and that's why I say it's not, UV is not officially like ready to go on Lightburn, but it's a work in progress. So from the, we will go back over to the laser. Let me grab my safety glasses, because nobody wants to go blind. Pro tip, if you don't have a red dot with your UV, if you can't see what you're framing, which right now is the case, grab yourself a white piece of paper. And there's your UV pro tip for the day. So, my safety glasses. And let's fire. J-Mac, you're right. This is kind of like cheating. Damn, that's pretty good. So let's try changing the interval a little bit. That was 0.02. I'm going to go up to 0.04. Eh, 0.03. We'll do 0.03 and 0.04. So it's actually a little darker. How does UV do on powder-coated tumblers? I don't know. I've never actually tried powder-coated anything on the UV yet. It's definitely something we could check out at some point. That'll be something I'll do once I get the rotary set up on the UV. It'll be a little easier for me to toy with that, because the problem is anything I have that's powder coated has a wicked curve to it, so I'm not really going to get without a lot of manual adjustment. J-Mac, however, has his rotary set up. Maybe he could let us know. Oh, I'll pull those up in a sec, J-Mac. Thanks for sharing. Give me 1 sec. We're going to try dropping that line interval down a little bit further. So the first mark I did was 0.04. Then I went to 0.03. Now I'm doing 0.02. And I want to see what kind of differences we're going to get. Maybe we could get a couple different shades going. I can tell you with the UV, it won't be as fast as a CO2 galvo probably, even though it is a galvo. But even if it does mark really good, it'll be slower than a CO2 galvo. Yeah. Okay, so we did not change much in tone on that one. I'll show you guys for visual effect. So the two below my finger now, at least to my eye, look pretty close. The first one we did over here in the corner is the lightest. So let's start going up in line distance. So the first one we did was 0.04, then 0.03, then 0.02. Let's try 0.05. See what we get. So most recent one under my finger. Yep, glass and plastic is the UV way to go for sure. Let's pull up photos that JMac is sharing of his UV. So this is what JMac's got going on right now. Beautiful mark, man. I love the look of glass on UV. Very cool, man. He's got the same laser I do. Heck yeah. UV twinsies. All right, let's go back for another mark. I wonder. Let's try a crosshatch out. For the giggles, same settings otherwise. So unlike a fiber, you're not going to get depth with a UV, right? These are all surface level. You're not changing the depth at all. So cross-hatching doesn't really net you much unless it's going to change color. But it's interesting to see that similar to the marks that we do on a fiber, where the color is always dependent on the settings and you can add passes to get depth. With a UV, you're not getting depth, but the color stays the same regardless of how many hatches it looks like. So I'm going to go back to our first pass, the lighter color one we got. And I'm going to keep the crosshatch on. I want to see if that stays the same for science. No change. So it looks like crosshatch isn't needed, at least on slate with the UV, so that's cool to know. Let's try, because we weren't getting a huge change with line distance. Maybe a hair different. Let's try the frequency. Gonna be honest, looks not all that different. See you, Jack. Enjoy working on them dog tags, man. And a lithophane. Very cool. All right, so I doubled the frequency now just to see if we get a color change. If we don't, then that tells me maybe we can get a change with a power difference. But we'll see. it is ever so slightly brighter. So that's cool. In terms of feel, it's identical because it's a surface mark. Yeah, it is cool. I don't know. What could we change here? I don't think changing power is going to do much, but I'll try cutting it in half and see what it does. Because why not? For science. Fundamental says, if you did a surface mark 100 times, the depth would not change. I find this impossible. It would not change noticeably. UV marks are designed to be surface level. UV is really a surface marking machine. It's not designed for cutting in any way. You need a a UV laser is what they use to cut silica for like chip wafers, for like processors. But they're using really high wattage UV lasers. So you can cut glass with this just fine. You can cut into glass without a problem with UV. But you have a really hard time getting below the surface with the UV with anything else for the most part. I'm not worried about positioning, to be honest, because I'm moving it around manually. I'm not moving it in software. So I'm using the same object in software and shifting the object to just do a little manual test grid. If I was doing like the same design over and over, that would definitely be a good way to go, though. Right. So I cut down the power. You're just OCD. I totally get it. I am too. If I was going to move the box in software and keep the slate in the same position on the bed, that would be definitely an efficient way to do it. So power didn't change anything. But on the plus side, that means I don't have to run it at 100% to get the same exact mark. Let's try upping the frequency again. So we can go up to 150 frequency. Okay, 150 frequency, power and speed we're going to keep the same. Yeah, quick update. Alex is still working on the CO2, so you guys didn't miss anything. Don't worry. So let's go back to the laser cam and see what this does. Laser of Love Creation says, bring him a sandwich. Hopefully things are going well. If I brought him a sandwich, it wouldn't be there until after dinner time. All right, so, I need to switch cameras. I'm silly. The most recent mark is on this corner here. And as you can see, the last 3 I did are not very different. Miss Laser Everything says, he asked me if I wanted Subway, but Subway. I don't mind Subway. I like their rotisserie chicken sandwiches. I used to be a fan of their steak subs too, like the Philly cheesesteaks, but those tend to upset my stomach these days. So UV is crazy fast. I love big production orders with it. Yeah, I mean it's going to be way faster than if you were going to be exchanging stuff out on like a CO2 gantry for sure, and you really can't match glass off of a UV. It's just the best. I'm excited that I don't have to run this at 100% to get the same mark. We could try dumping the frequency instead of going up. We could do like 20 frequency, which is our low side. Let's see what that does for the giggles. John says, see you guys later. Gotta go. See you, John. Have a good day, man. Let's try this out. Ooh, that looks darker. Okay. Ooh. First one on the second row. So we definitely have a dark gray setting now. That's exciting. I'm going to start saving these. Give me 1 sec. Let's go to our library here. So if you haven't done extensive material testing before, if you're doing it manually anyway, like I am here, just because sometimes it's preferred, create new from layer. So if the setting you want to save is still up here, create new layer, or create new from layer rather, and you just label it based off how you want to break it up. So in my case, slate is the material name. Gray. And we're going to say dark gray for this one.
Can you hear me, bro? Test 1, 2.
Hey, Alex. Welcome back, bud.
Hey. So I should have just contacted Lightburn support immediately because they responded in like 13 seconds. Jay responded on his chat. Do you remember in the LightObject tour, Jay was sitting there at his computer typing away?
Jay is the man.
Dude, Jay literally wrote me back in like 13 seconds, and he was just like, here's the link. And he gave me the link to the drivers. And I actually didn't end up using that because I went to Trosen's website. They had a download for LaserCAD, which is like their laser software that they make, you know? And downloading that and installing that, part of that process was to install the Trosen controller drivers. And that is what actually ended up fixing it. But Jay linked me to the same exact thing. So I would have ended up with the same solution either way. So I just thought I'd update everybody. So that was great. And freaking points for a LightObject.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
So it's a happy camper.
It's a happy camper. I mean, I still held off on the device setup. I just made sure that it worked, so I didn't make an ass out of myself again. But we are about to actually set this up for real now. So now when I hit find my laser, boom, there it is.
It's a happy camper. Did
Yep,
serial
it's a
or
happy
serial
camper.
USB work?
It's gonna, well, this was automatic setup, so, but I think it's
Okay.
USB.
Okay. So
Miranda says proof that sometimes Alex is dumb and needs support too, which is very true.
we all have our moments.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
you
we
know
all
what,
need help. We all need help.
It all holds true. We always wish for something to go wrong so we can test their support, and in this case, they pass with flying colors.
Yeah, and I mean, like, this is how Kyle and I learned everything that we know, is by dealing with these kind of issues, and now we know how to fix tracing controller driver issues, right? I mean, it's like we learned something today that we're going to be able to pass on to other people, which I think is pretty neat. So
I'll call my little testing session a success. I have a light setting and a dark setting for the UV on flight now.
oh, nice, sick.
I was getting a little worried there because we weren't really getting like very much color differentiation.
Mm-hmm.
I had to dump the frequency way low to get a dark color. Power change wasn't doing anything. Frequency from 50 to 150 didn't do anything, which is my cap.
Yeah.
20 is my base, and 20 gave me a dark gray.
Interesting.
At 50%, yeah. Line distance wasn't changing anything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Dropping power from 100 to 50%, or in this case 99 to 50%, didn't do much, which also means I don't have to run max power out of my laser to get a mark, so that's good.
Yeah.
So yeah,
This is what I'm going to start with here. Just a simple vector. It's got some small bits in there, you know, for detail.
let's make you big. Nope, other way. There we go. I'm actually going to turn off my laser. 1 second.
I got this vector from designbundles.com, by the way. We are an affiliate partner with them, so if you need somewhere to get some cool vectors, we have affiliate links on our website at lasereverything.net. Okay, so we have our Fox here. I don't even have a library for this, so I'm going to need to set a library up for the 70. Did we pre-convert all of the CO2 libraries too, or just the fiber ones?
No.
Okay,
No,
no worries. No worries. So we will go to
That'll be
the
coming.
Master Academy. Let's go get that. So we'll go to Masters. And we're going to go to Topics, Downloads, CO2 Gantry Library. And let's download the latest library. Close that. Yeah, LaserCAD, blah, blah, blah. I was trying all kinds of weird stuff to get that to work. Track all. Okay, so here's the latest library. This library was built for 100 watt laser. So we need to like down convert this. I already have David's param converter installed on my computer. Shout out to David.
David.
The network you are trying to use is on a network resource that is unavailable. Okay, well, this is apparently the installation shortcut. RAM converter. Sorry. Oh, that's the same thing. So let's try this one. Laser param converter. close that and set it up from scratch here. There we go. Okay. We'll open the param converter, and we're doing a CO2 gantry laser. We're setting our max power to 90 because we don't want it to set any powers to 100 because we wouldn't be using them at 100 anyway. And then we need to select our file. So we'll go to downloads. We'll find our library folder for Lightburn. There it is. Import. And here's all of the settings from the LMA parameter library. And we just need to set our output wattage. So this is going to be 70. And we'll hit convert all. And it gives us nice conversions for all of those settings right there. And then we can go ahead and hit save library file. And we'll call this Ranger 3 70 watt. I would normally put the lens in there too, but I don't know what lens this comes with, honestly. So we're not going to do that today. Then we'll cut that and paste it somewhere we're going to remember it. I've actually been meaning to move things over to my Laser Everything folder, so we are going to let's just do a new folder in here. Lightburn libraries. Paste. Oh, we don't lose it. Okay, great. So we'll open this up. Library. Load. Drive. Lightburn libraries. Ranger 370 watt. Boom. There we go. Okay, we have a thing. So let's see. I don't really have a birch setting. Alder should work nice though. No thickness, and we'll go with a nice medium engrave. And we can assign that to our black layer here. 500 speed, 42 power. That sounds about right. And let's send it to the controller. Oh, we'll set our job origin to start from user origin. Oh, user origin works differently on Trojan controllers. So already we're finding a difference. So you know how on the Ruida controllers you select the origin on user origin?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't seem to work for the Trojan controller setting, though, is here, and you can set it. So I think for Trojans it's called controller setting, so it has like a different thing. So we'll go ahead and send this.
Oh.
Fox 1. We haven't. Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah.
It acknowledged my sending of the file. So we haven't set up anything. I haven't tested the mirrors. We've literally done nothing yet. So we'll see how the alignment is kind of out of the box here. Keep in mind too, it did survive not only the journey to the shop, but then the journey from the shop to the upstairs here without any crate. So, tempered expectations. So I come over here, and we're just gonna, it's a touchscreen controller, Kyle.
Ooh.
We're gonna move this down.
That's a nice
over.
change of pace.
Yep, that looks
Is it
nice.
responsive? How do you like it?
It's good. I was actually fiddling with it earlier. You can I can barely touch this, and it just, because it takes a lot less pressure to push the button down. So you can actually make a lot more limited moves, which is, I didn't think I was going to like it, but I actually am a fan. I'm going to flip that
That's
over.
good.
It's a little bowed there. And let's see, how do we set the Z height? More.
Does this have autofocus?
Oh, no. This head, and there goes my focal stick. This head on the Ranger is kind of like the Mira. It's made to be like as light as humanly possible. So they forewent any kind of extra things. So I'm assuming this here is our focal stick. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm assuming that it is. It seems like a focal stick. Can you see that?
That was like tucked into the machine, right?
Yeah. So I think that's
I
it.
remember that. Yeah.
So we'll leave the move menu now. Let's go home and we'll set our origin and then box. There's a button called box here. I'm assuming that's frame. So we'll go ahead and try the box. We're about to see how good my my exhaust system works here. Okay, that worked. You ready to give it a shot?
Yeah.
I hope I don't get blasted. I might close the lid for the first one here, just to make sure that the laser's actually coming out of the nozzle before I zing myself.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah. I think pretty early on here, I'm going to have to upgrade my exhaust fan.
Yeah.
Can you see that in there?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's doing okay. The 4-inch. I'm using the AC Infinity S4. For those who are wondering, and it's exhausting, but it's doing it slowly, slower than I'm comfortable with. I don't want all that smoke up by my third mirror, you know.
Yeah, we don't want to have unnecessary problems.
So it's not even strong enough for me to be able to mark with the door open. So I'm really glad I closed that now. Because that would have been a room full of smoke right there.
Yep.
And I will give you guys the close-up view here in a second when it's done. It's looking good. It's not like building up, but like just that initial kind of like smoke blast kind of gets ahead of the exhaust, you know?
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and open this up. And see if I can get this over here. Try to brighten this up for you guys a little bit so you can see. So there you go. So you can see the little stars in there and the moon.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like we've got a decent amount of detail out of our trees, but I definitely see the need here for some scanning offset adjustment for sure.
It's funny you mentioned that. We have a guide coming out on that very, very shortly.
Yeah, when are we going to be able to see that, Kyle?
I'm probably going to have that done today.
Nice. That would be awesome. I suppose I should do that before I sit here and continue to use the machine.
You don't happen to have the microscope with you, do you?
I do.
Ooh.
Yeah, and it's already hooked up to the computer too and ready to be swapped to at any point. So that's actually something.
Matt says, Kyle, I need that guide.
Well, we're about to do it live right now.
Yeah.
So buckle up. Let me get back to the desktop here. So in order to do this, we're going to need a box real quick. So we're going to need to make a little box. What did you do, Kyle? Like 20 by 10, 20 by 20?
I think I narrowed mine up to give myself a little space on the sides. Are you using a metal card?
I was going to use the wood, but I do have metal cards. I could do a metal card.
If you use a metal card, it'll avoid the
It'll be, yeah,
the burning.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
You'll get cleaner dots. If you're going to use a metal card, I would do like I actually think 10 by like 20 would be probably more than enough.
The nozzle does not feel hot, so I don't think we're hitting the nozzle, actually. I think they got those mirrors down pretty well. What was that dimension again? Sorry, I was thinking.
10 by 20. You got it. Just hit enter.
Just like that?
Yep. That's fine.
Cool. And then we are going to, correct me as I go here, Kyle, if I forget. Kyle's the master at this right now. But line interval, like 2 mil?
At least 0.5.
0.5. Okay. And then did you add a sub layer for your outline, or did you do a copy and paste job?
I did do a sub layer, but I did that after the fact. You don't have to do it for the initial one.
Oh, for just the lineup, you're saying do a whole separate thing after?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. We can do that. So we'll hit OK. 540 seems fine. We'll call this scanning offset adjustment 1. I like how it beeps, so I don't need to go look at the controller to tell if it actually got sent over or not.
One sec. I actually have a file. I can just send you the file.
Oh.
One sec. Why do it the hard way when we can just do it the easy way?
I do like files.
There's a file for that. DM'd it to you. You'll have to change the power, but the speed and everything else should be all set. And they all fit onto a metal business card.
Oh, our laser's home in opposite corners.
Yeah, that'll do that.
I already fixed it. All right. So 100, 200, 300, 400, and 500 are all good. And then we're running everything at 200 for our labels. And what, all I do is run this?
As long as you change the power, yeah. Do you change the speed on anything?
What power is?
You're good.
What power is your tube?
100 watt.
You have 100 watt, so I should run these a little hotter.
I would bump it to like 60 or 70. Yeah.
65. This is a nice file. Did you upload this to the download section of the website yet?
Not yet, because I was doing some fine tuning, but this is a good live test of it.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so 65 across the board.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, Marco says what now?
He says we have a new quote-unquote toy coming soon. Super fume extractor. Guaranteed that you won't smell anything from a cut or an engrave. Big smiley face.
I'll keep an eye out for one of those in the mail. 40 by 7. Will this fit on the card fat ways, or do I have to turn it tall?
Vertical.
Okay. Way 2. And I know you guys came here to see the laser, so I'm going to pull the laser back up. There you go. I don't know how to change the file. Oh, file. Okay. Well, that was cool. Oh, wow, dude. You can actually come in and see all the different layers on the controller. Ooh. And adjust them manually. So, like, if I don't like layer 1 at 65, I could change it to 70 right here on the controller.
Dude, what the hell? Why doesn't Ruida have this?
That's pretty cool, huh?
I think when I build my laser, I want this controller. That'll be a good way for me to get a comparison to. You actually have 2 Ruidas with 2 different controllers. Now you have a Trosen. I have a Ruida 445G.
I can change the dimensions of the file right on the controller.
Oh my god.
I can literally scale the file right here on the controller. The only thing I don't know how to do is change the file that I'm running.
I wonder if does it do
So
the
like
same
if I
thing
wanted to,
Beta does, where it defaults to the most recent file sent?
that is a good question. Also, I found out I don't need to go into the stupid. Oh, I found it. So I don't need to go into that weird move menu to raise the Z up and down. You can just hit the swap button right here, and it swaps the Z keys in. I know you guys can't see super well, but I'm trying to describe it. And then also, when you hit swap, it replaces the origin button with a file button, and boom, you can pick your file. So that's pretty freaking awesome as well. There's also a menu button. That would have been cool. I was looking for that earlier, including network settings. So I could, and it gives you the IP. God damn it, dude. This is so sick. Okay.
I have to ask before we change to a different subject. What's that thing to the top right of the screen? Lower.
This?
Lower.
This?
The black thing on the top right of the screen. That. Yeah.
This right here? That is the
USB
UDISC port. Yeah, it's for UDISC.
Oh.
So you can run files off of the USB stick without having to be connected to controller software. Yeah,
okay, that's cool.
Which the only thing I've been disappointed about with this laser so far, the only thing is that immediately ripped off. That lasted about 3 seconds. It had like a little plastic cover that you could put on and take off. But I could just get another one off Amazon. I'm sure they just make little USB covers you can order.
Yeah, USB plugs.
But yeah, it had like a little notch, that kept it in, like a little rubber stopper.
Yeah.
And it just like ripped off. But I mean, whatever. I moved the machine twice in 2 weeks, so I'm not complaining. Okay, I'm setting the origin, and we're running the job. Is this a Fumi thing? Can I leave the door open for this, Kyle?
You should be able to, yeah. It's not super Fumi. You just get that like
open protected. Okay. I need to do my my Mira tape job on the open switch, or get a magnet or something for that. Probably good for everybody in the world except for me, because videos.
Yeah.
But doesn't work for a YouTuber. So a little duct tape and our focal stick should solve that problem for us for now.
Don't do this at home, kids.
Yeah. Please don't circumvent your
So the way the file is set up is it labels the speeds that we're marking first. Then it goes back and does the them in sections of their speed.
Right. And speaking of all of this, I'm actually going to just make sure that the microscope actually works, because I've not turned this on for a while. So let's go again, get this powered on. Oh, there we go. Okay, that was easy. Okay, so that's done. And we're going to switch to our microscope now, which I'm not surprised is not working. So let's reselect it from the list here. Activate, please.
I actually had to completely remove mine and re-add it as a source.
Oh, really?
It was, yeah. It, for whatever reason, the controller is weird with it.
Okay, add. Video capture. Scope. General UVC. There we go. Okay.
Something about the serial port changing and something else I didn't like.
All good. You can see the microscope, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm retrieving the test card now. Did you do any cleaning on this, Kyle?
No.
This did not even make it through the top coat of paint.
Okay. So we'll just have to up it some more. But
Yeah. I mean,
at the
I
very
don't know.
least,
I'm going to reserve my judgment. Hold on. Let's see what we're actually working with here. These are really thick paint cards, not anodized.
oh, that's why. Yeah.
Yeah. This is going to be a little tough to tell, I think.
Yeah. You at the very least, you guys can kind of see the purpose of it. So you can see where the laser is starting to mark, going from left to right and right to left.
Yep.
And that is the purpose. You're basically bringing the starting and ending points together, so that they cohesively form a line on the left and the right side. But yeah,
I might have to lower that DPI a bit too. Unless I'm out of focus.
You might be. Maybe your measuring stick was in the wrong orientation.
Wow, that'd be
That
really.
dot that
Marco,
dot
are
is
you
pretty
still?
aggressive.
Are you still here, Marco? Speaking of which, where did that go? Did I put it in my pocket?
The measuring stick?
Yeah.
You taped it to the inside of the door.
Oh, right. Duh.
YouTube hack strike again.
Marco, is this my focal stick? Yeah, there we go. Hopefully he's still here. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's the disc. Somebody mentioned the disc, right? It might be this, man.
It might be.
Like fat ways. Maybe
Which orientation?
That would
Which
explain a lot
orientation
because
would
that's. I went this way previously, so that would put me a fair bit closer to the material there.
True.
I'll just try it. Fuck it. That's why we're here, right? Science.
For science, yeah.
For science. So we'll swap. Yeah, that's so nice, dude. I love that. It makes the Z control axis so easy to access.
To deal with. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
it's just
awesome.
like right there.
I like that.
Cannot wait for you to see this controller, dude. It's so cool.
Do we have a rough estimate of when we're going to be back together up there again? Or not yet?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
Okay, that actually doesn't reach with that doesn't reach on its own. The table doesn't go up high enough, so I have to give it a little space there. Let's just try it again because this could be interesting.
JMac wants to know if this controller has U-axis control for the rotary.
It does. They are currently disabled because I'm not in rotary mode, and it also has a built-in rotary switch. So when you plug the rotary in, you just push the button.
Nice. And O Never says hola. Hola, no, O Never. Hello.
Hola.
¿Cómo está?
Fucking chilling. Okay, round two.
JMac says nice. No swappy choppy of drivers. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we don't like that around here. Well, that's running. I will be right back.
Okay. For the record, for everybody who's still here and watching, I haven't checked our viewer count in a while. 26, nice. For everyone who's still watching, we were definitely out of focus. So I think it's that little disc. I think that little disc is our focal stick. So I don't know what the heck this is. I'm not sure what this is for or why it's here, but the little focal stick disc is definitely the thing that we want to keep track of. And I'm going to have to measure that at some point so I can cut some extra sticks out of acrylic. That's definitely something we're going to want to do. So this is done, and you guys are about to see a huge difference. which also means that we did that fox totally out of focus. That first test fox, we did completely out of focus. So I bet that would look a lot nicer. But we're already doing the offset adjustment. So let's continue down that road. So here is the microscope view again, and it's still, this microscope sucks. The other one's better, the decorn. Okay, here we go. So now we can look at this. This is at 100 speed, and you can see there that the moving to the right, we actually have a little bit of a delay, right? The tube cannot fire fast enough before the gantry starts moving in order to mark in the appropriate spot. And then if we come over here on the right side, and we're moving from right to left, you can see the opposite is true. So when the gantry is marking from right to left, it's delayed, but it's delayed to the left, okay? And that's what we're trying to fix. And the faster you go, so that's 200, 300, 400, and 500, the faster you go, the more pronounced that issue becomes, all right? So that's the premise here of scanning offset adjustment. This is what we're trying to fix. We want all of those to be in a nice straight line. Otherwise, our edges feel blurry. So this is what we have to fix, okay? Now, what we want to do is we want to measure that line shift. We want to be able to measure this. Now, I'll grab my caliper. This is very, very small, guys, and it's very difficult to measure. So sometimes you just need to guess. And Kyle's putting a video out on this soon, and he does a better job of explaining it to me than I do. But if we just kind of very ever so slightly pop our caliper in here, I'm going to try it. We just want the difference between these two lines. So if you can see my caliper, we're barely doing anything here, okay? This is very small. That gives me a measurement of 0.14 millimeters. So if we come back into the desktop, we're going to come into our device settings, and we'll enable scanning offset adjustment. And we're going to add. And our line shift right here, this is what we need, okay? So line shift, we're going to try 0.0, is it 0.014? No, just 0.14. So we can try 0.14 there, and then we will see the results that we get. Kyle, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Was it the half and half? Did that end up being right?
Yes. So you want, if it measured out at 0.14 difference, you want half that, 0.07.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Kyle and I have been working on this for a while. So if we're looking here, guys, so it's actually going to move these lines the distance that we put in. Now, because there's a 0.14 millimeter line distance difference, okay, from edge to edge on this, it's actually going to shift both lines in opposite directions. And we don't want to shift both lines 0.14 because then we'll have moved a total of 0.28. So what we're going to do,
they'll actually swap positions, basically.
Yeah, they'll swap positions. So we want to use half of that shift difference so that it moves 0.07 on one, 0.07 on the other side, and they'll come together in the middle to make up for that 0.14 difference. Yep. So that is what we're going to do here. So instead of 0.14, we're going to do 0.07. Boom, and there's our first speed. And Kyle, where did you end up on this averaging? Does it truly average?
Yes. So basically, if you were, for example, put in a 100 speed and do that, and a 500 speed and do that, it will average out everything in the middle. The problem is it's not linear. So you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't put in more steps in between. So
you could go crazy and put like a billion steps in between, and it would probably be like,
you could theoretically test every millimeter per second between 1 and 500. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 millimeters per second, all the way up to 500.
And you'd get a really smooth curve.
There's not really a need to go that linear because usually you're less than 0.01 away from being accurate within 50 millimeters either direction. Usually, if you're at an extreme case where that's a problem, you probably need to like do rail maintenance and other things
Yeah.
to correct the actual physical problem that's causing issues for you. But
So on the 200 here, guys, wrong button, microscope. So on the 200 here, I measured this distance at 0.26 millimeter difference. So now in Lightburn for speed 200, we are putting in a line shift of 0.13 because that would be half, right? So we want to make sure that each of those lines is moving half of that discrepancy distance. So 0.13 is going to be our answer there. And then we're just going to keep adding. So now we're going to do 300. And this is why the file that Kyle made is nice, because it does all of these at once for you. We need a line shift value for 300. So back to the microscope. And here's our 300. And you can tell they're starting to spread out here, getting further apart. And again, the whole caliper thing is definitely a little extra. Kyle, you did yours without even measuring, right? You just kind of did a guess and check.
Yep. So what I did was I knew I was going to start with the 100th percentile under the decimal. So 0.0 something for the 100 millimeter per second interval.
Yep.
So I started with that. I started with 0.05 literally as a guesstimate. And I used that as a space judgment for the rest of the adjustments I did. So once I knew how much 0.05
not be able to sleep at night if I did that.
I literally have a perfect line for everything from 100 to 500 now. And I only had to do 3 tests to get all of them correct because they're all in one card.
So I guess if you're relaxed like Kyle or anal like me, you will have...
I will say, because Matt's asking, is a microscope a must-have for this process? I will say it makes it way easier. If you don't have one and you don't want to get one, maybe you have like a macro lens on your camera, you might be able to zoom in really, really tight.
Yeah, macro lenses are super cheap. We actually have a review of those as well on the channel.
Yeah. So there's cheap options. If you're gonna have a really hard time doing this by eye.
Oh yeah, not by eye.
You're gonna kill yourself with eye strain.
If your eyesight's even good enough to see this to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the screen, guys. Like this makes it so much easier.
Yeah.
And we do have a microscope review. This microscope that I'm using right now is $40. I mean, you just bought like a $2,000 laser. Grab a $40 microscope.
Even you know what? I could probably throw the one I bought on the buying guide too. It comes with like a 4-inch screen, and I think it was like $40 too.
So what, Kyle? What do you think of this? Here's my spread. I got 0.07, 0.13, and then 0.14, 0.14, 0.14 from 300 to 500.
That looks very similar to the one that I had for my 100 watt.
Okay, perfect. So next we would run this job again, right? So we need to resend it because it's not going to use those new values until we resend this over.
Right.
So I'm going to do SOA3.
Yeah.
And then now we want to get a fresh card and check to see if those discrepancies have been resolved, right?
Yep. You can even use the back of the card if you didn't use it already.
Yeah, I did because we were out of focus. Were you gone when I said that?
Yes.
Okay. We were way out of focus. As you could see, I'm sure you noticed the difference in the cards there. So it is the little disc. I'm suspecting now is your focal stick, which is an odd little focal stick. And I was mentioning to the viewers that I have to definitely measure this height so that I can cut a little focal stick of my own and have some backups because I fear this little disc is not going to have a very long life in my shop before it disappears.
Yeah.
All right, so swap. Wow, that's loud. I hope I can turn the volume down on that. File. I just want to make sure we're on the right one. SOA3. Select. Frame. Dude, I'm telling you, I was kind of sketched out by this Trosen when I started today, but I think I'm Team Trosen now. I think I'm a big Trosen fan, like very suddenly.
Based off of how it's working for you, I kind of am excited to try it out.
Oh, gross. You see this? Ash.
You get dusty over there already?
Yeah, it's just ash. I need to upgrade.
Road schmutz from riding in the.
That's the first thing I'm gonna do when I end the stream today. Is
the soot from engraving.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to order like an S6 because it's leaving like black sooty ash on top of my nice white machine.
I think we should get you a centrifugal one like I have.
Dude, I just don't know if that's gonna fit in this room. You know,
it's maybe, not that much bigger than the S6 in terms of
you know what?
Size.
You know what I think this is? I think this is the paint from the business card.
Oh, rubbing
off. Do you see it all over the wood in here?
Yeah.
I think that's the paint from the business card.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I mean, these aren't really for CO2 anyway. We should be doing business cards on fiber. But you're right. This is a good test for
the painted or powder coated ones are definitely not the ideal situation. If you use anodized ones, it'll be way better.
Way better, sure. Okay, guys, so here is 100, okay? We're going to inspect this at the edge, and we're much closer now than we were before. So that's a big improvement there.
We overshot by just a hair.
Did I overshoot?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess I did. Yep, because I'm too far to the left.
Top line goes left to right, next line goes right to left. So
Yep. So overshot by just a hair. 200 here, overshot by more than just a hair. That one's definitely gonna need some reverse action. 300, 400. So it looks like I'm high on all of them. And 500. So we definitely need to turn all of those down. And this is kind of where the guess and check comes into play, right? Like I can only get so accurate with the caliper before we're just kind of making adjustments. So all of these are a little too high, so I might bust this down to 0.05.
Maybe, yeah.
And then like 0.11, you know, take like 0.02 off of each. You think that's a good call or more, would you say?
I think it's reasonable, yeah. You could do more.
0.1. Yeah. 0.1. I'll knock one more off of each of these. So we're just going by feel now, guys. This isn't like very scientific, but again, the caliper is only going to be able to measure so finely.
So close, yeah.
Yeah, before you're kind of...
It can measure feel, but you can't feel the type of engrave that we're doing is part of the problem too.
Right.
So it's good to get you a rough estimate if you're far enough off where you can visually see it.
Okay, and then I need to resend. Almost forgot.
I appreciate the fact that the controller and laser don't lose power when you open the lid like mine does.
Your laser loses power when you open the lid?
My lens or my door switch is wired to cut power to the entire machine.
Oh my god, dude.
Yep, that's changing. So I have to rig that every time I have to film in there.
Yeah, that's bad.
I actually have a 1, 2, 3 block that I stick on top of it. Yeah.
Oh, you know how another thing, dude, while we're chatting here, you know how the Ruida shows the little crosshair moving back and forth on the screen as a student, but it's always laggy, right? Like it's
laggy. It's behind it. It doesn't actually show it.
Dude, this one is literally like this screen is like this screen is like a 60 hertz refresh rate. Like it's literally exactly where the laser head is, which is so cool.
That's refreshing.
Yeah, I'm like
I'm excited to try this thing.
I'm very, very rapidly becoming a gigantic Trosen fan, which I dude, seriously, like I went into this like so sketched out by not having a Ruida controller. And I'm actually going to clean this off this time. I got a little baby wipe here. I'm just going to give it a quick wipe down so we can get a really clean and clear view.
Does it get the baby wipe because the Ranger is the new baby?
Yes. No, not the. I mean, yes, but I was talking about the card.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, all right. I think we nailed it. So, just eyeballing this here. So here is 100. That's what you want to see, guys.
That is
right there,
like A+ right there.
Yep, that's dead ass.
The only
exactly
variance that you're seeing is it's margin of error, basically.
Yeah.
You're not going to get any finer than that.
Because this is reality and not a simulation, right?
Yeah.
And then we'll scroll down to 2. 2's still just got a ever so slight lead.
Yeah, like maybe.
I'm gonna make these adjustments while I'm looking at the microscope. So at 200, we're at 0.1. So I think 0.08 should do it.
Or maybe 0.09. 0.09
okay.
Probably.
Oh,
it's pretty close.
It's pretty close. And then 300. Again, 0.09.
Yeah, like 0.01 off. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, this one's actually at 0.11, so I'm going to make that 0.01.
0.1.
Yep, 0.1. Yeah, thank you. And then 400 here.
About the same.
Again. Yep. So 0.1 and 500. Last but not least, 500. And I'm feeling the 0.1 again. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this last little bit of adjustment here, guys, should do the trick. And funny enough, what this is actually doing, if we preview this right here, so in the preview window, you can see these lines are all perfectly lined up. If you set these values really, really crazy on the controller, like super high, like you have a really big delay or something, these actually get jagged. Like you can actually see it's actually physically offsetting the lines and their placement in order to make up for when the tube is firing, which is pretty crazy. Just a fun little factoid. That's how this works. It doesn't work by changing when the tube fires. It works by actually moving the scan lines and literally offsetting them, which I think is really cool. I think it's really smart.
When it's calculating the map in Lightburn of like where the image is, it's actually shifting the lines so that the controller doesn't have to do the work. It's being adjusted real time in the job.
Oh, man, these are my good photo cards. I have aluminum ones, but I feel like I shouldn't be switching now. I feel like I should be sticking to the
switch. No, definitely switch.
Switch.
Yeah.
These are like the
you're gonna like
turn
the
my power down.
No, leave it. You're gonna appreciate the difference that it's gonna be way easier to see on the anodized versus the paint.
All right.
Trust me.
And that is what we will do. So we're going to go ahead and send this with our hopefully final round of adjustments here, SOA 5. And I'm going to drop this in. Dude, I'm just excited I want to run that little fox again at the same size now that it's in focus. Oh, dude, everything inside of my new laser is covered in paint shred right now, which I'm really upset about. Dude, I'm not even laughing. Like it's fucked up and it's everywhere. And when you touch it, it smears. Ugh, not good. All right,
give it a good wipe down.
I'm gonna have to give it a clean after we're done today. Okay, here we go. So there's the final run. Again, hopefully the final run.
Yeah. If not, it'll be very close. And then we can do our initial adjust too.
Mm-hmm.
For that, which I will send you the file for that.
Oh, you have a file for that too?
I do. I separated them to just make life easier. That way there's less confusion. The tests are labeled that way, so once the video goes up and the files are live on the site, the goal is so people know exactly which one's for what.
All right, I think we're done.
Matt, I'll hit you if you want a cheaper option than what's on the buying guide. I'll throw you a link to mine too. It's in the reasonable range, same as the screenless option Alex did.
The
Mine
Junsian.
has a screen. Yeah,
Yours has a screen?
mine has a screen. Yeah.
What'd you pay for yours?
Let me pull it up. I'll double check.
I love the Decorn, dude. I might have to bring that home for the winter. I mean, I don't mind the screenless one, but it's so nice being able to just look at the screen and see it like right there.
Well, yeah, like if I'm not filming, I use the screen 100%. But if I'm filming, I have to bring it in for, to show on camera. So it has a USB out, so I can import it as like a webcam.
All right, here we go, guys. So that actually kind of messed our 100 up just a little bit, but it's still pretty good. Or maybe it's just marking different because it's aluminum. There's 200. That's looking pretty much perfect now. 300 on point.
Yeah, it could just be blowing out the end because of the power. That's all.
Yep, I'm going to say that's good. And 500, I'm happy with that too. So you could continue to refine this. You could go crazy doing this forever and ever and ever. We are not going to do that. So part of the cure for this problem is that we're actually moving where the lines are residing in space, in 2D space on our workspace. And so if I were to draw a box around this now, that box isn't going to be lined up with the edge of our scan lines. It's actually going to be offset. And so now we need to adjust something called the initial offset to bring that box, the outline, the contour mark, if you will, back in line with our scan lines. And so that is the next thing that we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and save this just so I have it in that new library folder I made on Drive.
So I just threw a link to the one I have in chat. It's an affiliate link, so you'll be supporting the channel, and that means you're supporting us. It doesn't mean that you're paying more for it. But the other nice thing is there's a 10% off coupon right now, and in all likelihood, it does go on sale pretty frequently. When I got it, I think it was like $45 with like a $5 or $6 off coupon. So I'm pretty sure I got it for like $40. Right now it's like $10 more than that. It's like 53 with 10% off. So it's like, I don't know, 48 or something.
So here's the second file Kyle sent me, guys. And you can see here for speed and power, these are actually all set to multi now. And that's because Kyle prepared this with a sublayer. So now it's going to do our fill, and it's also going to draw the contour with this line setting here. And the reason that we're doing that, again, is to just make sure that the box lines up over the scan lines in the virtual kind of 2D grid when it's building our files. I'm going to leave this at 50, dude. I think 50 is going to be fine. And I'm going to go ahead and send this over. And we're going to try this again.
I wonder what happens if you send the same file name over to the laser. Does it give you a overwrite request, or does it give you an error?
That is a good question.
We can figure it out later if you.
And we will try that next run.
Next time on Laser Everything.
Hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. If you are, don't forget to smash the like button. Let everybody else know the Ranger is cool. I'm just stoked to have a CO2 in the home studio, man. Yeah, I really needed one, and I have one now. People would ask Lightburn and gantry questions, and I'd need to pull up Lightburn to look, but I don't have a laser connected. I mean, there's only so much you can do without having a laser in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a fake machine to see the settings, but that doesn't help you if it's machine troubleshooting all the time, you know?
Yeah. Oh, dude, did you see this sitting on the desk behind me over here?
I saw that little Easter egg sitting over there.
Yeah. So we'll be playing with that soon. I've already taken it out of the box. Jimmy and I did a nice unboxing. And
Is that the one with the roller base
cool.
too?
Yes.
I've heard interesting things. I'm excited to see what it'll do.
All right, we're back on the microscope, and we've got our new test here with our outlines. Ooh, hot. You ran yours at 50. Are you sure you're getting max power downrange, dude? That you were running yours at 50? Seems excessive.
I've shifted it a lot while working on it, so I probably have to do a calibration. In all fairness, I am probably out of alignment. I've slammed the thing into the wall at least once.
We'll see how this looks under the scope, but the card was a little warped when it went back in from the first pass at it. But we'll see. So
me and my
here
spicy
is
settings.
100, and the left side looks pretty good. It looks like our scan lines are all kind of falling right in the middle. That's what we want to see, right, Kyle?
Yep. So the goal for this test is the contour line that we added to the horizontal lines that we put in. We want to see that the contour line perfectly overlaps the end of those. So you want it more or less perfectly overlapping, so you have a consistent outer edge and no gaps on the inside. Everything should be touching.
So that looks good on that side, but we have to check the other side as well because it may be off on the other side.
Exactly, yeah. So the point of this is to make sure that if you have to do a contour mark, or for example, if you're doing a cut is technically considered, or not considered, but it functions as a contour line. Your cut line will always follow the contour of an object. So if you're filling it before you cut it, and this is off, what it's going to do is you're going to have an engrave, and then your cut is going to be offset from the engrave. So you're going to have an unengraved area partially cut out, and you're going to be missing part of your engraved area in the cutout.
Yeah, and it looks like over here, this is a really good example right here at the bottom, in the bottom right corner. You can just barely see the edge of that line poking out.
Yep.
Of the edge of the contour there, guys. Whereas if we look at the bottom left instead of the bottom right, it's basically the same on that side too. So I would say that looks solid, right? This is a good solid look.
Yep, that's exactly what you want to see. That would be a prime example. So we're looking to see that on all of them, basically.
Sure. Now, if it's good for one, I mean, I guess the offset increases as you go up, or the offset increases as you go up in speed, which means your correction is greater, which means there's more of a chance that you're going to need an initial offset adjustment, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, got it. So far, we're looking okay. This is the 300. It is, the scan lines are sticking out of the edges a little bit, but I feel like they're sticking out of both edges a little bit, right? So as long as it's even is really kind of what we're going for.
So that's probably my overpowering 50% setting there. That's my bad, probably.
It's all good. And also remember the card was warped as well. So we're really just checking for evenness, guys. We just want it to look the same on both sides. And here we are at 500 now. So there's those lines kind of poking out. But again, this was the most warped part of the card because now we're down in the corner. And we're just shifting to the left side over here.
Yeah, I'd call that good.
And I would call this good as well. So I think we can actually do something fun now. So we don't want to forget. So guys, I don't need to do an initial offset. So we're just going to literally leave that 0. I'm going to leave that 0 right here. Initial offset, we're going to leave that 0. If we needed to shift it left or right, we would change that here with our initial offset value. So you would go negative to go left and positive to go right. Does that sound correct, Kyle?
Correct. Yeah, it follows the rules of the x-axis. So negative goes to the left, positive goes to the right.
But since we don't need any corrections on this, we can just go ahead and leave that 0. So those are all going to sit at 0. We've got our line shifted so that it's nice and in line. And I think that's really all we need to do in here. I think we're done. Oh, by the way, dude, I'm so glad I watched the Lightburn for Galvo crash course that you've been doing, because I never knew about the job checklist. That was really cool to learn about, man.
Heck yeah, man. That has become my favorite thing, because there are times where I'll start a job on my laser. I have a flow switch, so my tube won't fire, but my machine will sound like it's working. So I'll start a job over there, walk back to my desk, and I'll check the webcam to see how my job is progressing, and realize a couple minutes in that it's done nothing.
Right.
So I use that job list now to make sure my chiller is on, my exhaust is on, double check that my layers are in the proper order. So I'm doing engraves first, cuts last, kind of thing. Because I'm a habitual offender of not verifying that the order is proper, and cutting first, then engraving, which is kind of I never do that. But it's a no. Yeah.
Naughty.
So, yeah, it's a naughty move. You can get away with it sometimes, but you shouldn't make a habit of it, because you can really screw up. Like, you can shift your engrave if it moves at all.
Now, guys, we're going to redo this Fox. We were not in focus before, so we're in focus now. And let's see. I'm going to do just Fox. And let's do a fill. I don't remember the exact settings. I think I did the alder medium setting, so I'll reuse that.
No. Engrave and then cut. I was saying I screwed up by doing cut first. Sorry, love.
There we go. Okay, so this should be about the same size. And now with our scanning offset adjustment complete and us actually focusing to the correct point, we were about 3 or 4 millimeters out of focus, Kyle. We're going to send this over.
Look way better now.
And this should be nice and clean. I will have to check the mirrors at some point. I'm not going to do that on stream, but because that will just be hideously boring. But I will go in and check the mirrors. They must be very close, because we seem to be getting good marks on that aluminum. Let's see, file. I just like to confirm I'm using the right file. Select, and we'll go ahead and try this now. Oh, there's so much black soot all over my nozzle and the rails. That sucks, dude. I'm never putting that stuff back in here ever again.
Post stream, I'm gonna be watching.
I don't know if you can see that.
You didn't change screens.
Oh, okay. I'll actually zoom you in too while I'm at it.
Post stream, I'm gonna be watching Alex wipe the machine down.
Yeah.
Let's see. I missed a couple things here.
So I'm just swapping camera batteries. I don't have the laser cam on the AC adapter like I usually do.
Yeah. I don't know if this was said while I was AFK or not. Rochambeau says, what is a good source for anodized cards? I've tried a few black 0.45 millimeter, but they come painted. You specifically want anodized ones. If you just want cheap ones to do this kind of testing on, or personal projects, not necessarily to sell or give away, or if you just need cheap ones, get the. We don't have a link for them on Amazon, do we?
We do not. I have so if you do a search on the channel for ultrasound photos, that video has links in the description to all of my favorite cards. The 0.8s are painted, but the 0.4s and 0.2s are anodized. Painted cards are great, by the way, for fiber lasers. They're just not good for CO2. Painted cards work awesome on the fiber. That's how we did the Cora engraving for the photo guide. So there's nothing wrong with painted cards. I actually prefer them. Just you have to use the fiber laser on them. The CO2 obviously has issues with that. So
I think I dropped some links in the chat.
I'm actually going to swap my lens here real quick. We were on the 16 so you guys could see the whole machine, but you've been looking at the whole machine for long enough, so I think it's time for some close-up action. Let me go ahead and swap you guys over to the 50 millimeter. And I got a new battery in the camera.
The 0.8s are painted, he said. The 0.2 and 0.4 are there as well, though. Sorry, I screwed up that first link drop.
Okay, here we go. Laser cam. Typical.
And yes, they do work on the fiber and the UV, which actually I need to do timing on the UV still.
All right.
Well,
So there's your closer view there, Kyle, if you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
Got a good visual on that?
Yep.
All right.
I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of digging the colors on that head.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool
The
color.
blue and the anodized pink purple kind of thing going on.
It's definitely got like a look to it for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm actually going to set the focus mode to manual focus here really quick.
Rochambeau wants to know if you prefer painted or anodized on the fiber.
I like painted on the fiber. Anodizing tends to be a little thin, and I just feel like it feels very flat once it's engraved. Also, higher quality anodizing is really better, but it's higher quality anodizing is also very difficult to find on Amazon. So
very costly too, usually.
Yeah, and they're very expensive. So you know, I typically go with the painteds. I like the painteds better for fiber. Can you see this, dude?
Yep.
Oh,
yeah, it's like stringy.
It's like
you know, it kind of, you ever see cotton candy get made in the little cotton candy spinner thing?
Yeah.
It's like those stringy bits kind of got everywhere.
Oh, my poor lens, dude, is probably messed up.
Give it a thorough clean after the stream. I'm sure it'll be all right.
It's on everything. It got everywhere.
Public service announcement: when you engrave with your CO2 at home, don't do it with the air assist off.
Yeah, and don't freaking engrave. Look at.
Yuck.
That's just from the rails and the nozzle. Don't engrave stupid painted. Oh, look, it's smearing. No.
Oh. Baby wipe time.
Yeah, I'm using a baby wipe. It's just saturated. This is gross. That was the worst thing I could have done.
In terms of anodized versus painted, I don't really have input on that because I've literally only used anodized cards. Mostly blue ones, just because it came with the machine and I like them, so that's what I got, and I got more of them. But I just recently got some black ones, and I've really been digging. I actually, similar to your ultrasound video, which those links came from, I just did a handful of anodized ultrasound photos for a friend and his wife who they're due in a couple months.
Oh, nice, dude.
Their baby shower was this past weekend. So,
dude, frankly, I can't believe that ultrasound video is very outdated, by the way, for anybody listening.
yeah.
So check out the complete photo engraving guide is what you really want to watch. I do not know how those ultrasound photos came out well. I got super lucky when I shot that video because I'm pretty sure I did not do that right at all.
What I would say is use the knowledge you get from the photo engraving guide part 1 and 2, and then watch the ultrasound video if it's something you're interested in doing, because then you can take the knowledge you know from the photo videos and apply that to the project and get even better detail.
I really, really, really want you guys to see this, so I am switching you again from the 16 millimeter to the 85, or from the 50 to the 85 here. So we're going to get nice and close for you guys.
All the details.
Yeah. There we go. Look at that.
Maximum viewing.
That's nice and sharp. Tighten that up. And you guys should be able to get a good idea of the improvement from this shot right here. So let's just double check our file, Fox2, select, and we'll go ahead and shut the gate if we can. Ooh, the clearance on this. Oh, man. Okay. There we go. And we'll start.
Tight like a tiger.
All right. This one's a little bigger. I guessed on the size, guys, but it'll be close enough that we should be able to see a difference for sure.
The Ro and Matt were saying thanks for work on the files. No problem, guys. Sorry, I'm still catching up on old stuff while I was AFK.
Yeah, the files are great. We definitely will get those up on lasereverything.net.
My goal was to make approaching this as easy as possible because, this is like the equivalent of doing timing for your fiber, but it's just it's a different animal. This is timing, but for CO2 functionally, right? So
yeah.
I wanted to take care in how I approach this and try and make it approachable and get the necessary detail in there. And I can't tell you how many times I reworked the way I phrase stuff in the video just because I felt like it needed to be explained better or adjusted to make it more approachable for everyone. So that's the goal. And if you guys have any feedback when it comes out, maybe I can do a part 2 if there's problems with it.
Dude, look at the edges on the trees already.
It's so much better, dude.
It's so much better. I mean,
Even
the focus situation did not help. I didn't focus again. This is out of focus again because I didn't focus. So we're actually probably
it's still already better though.
Yeah, we're probably a little too close. So you're really seeing the results of the
all the details in the tree branches aren't getting washed out, even though you're working with a fatter dot for being out of focus.
Yep.
It's so much cleaner.
I mean, the first one was out of focus as well because we used that metal stick instead of the round disc to focus. So this is really showing off the offset adjustment here and the improvements that alone was able to make. We'll focus it up and do another one more comparative size-wise to the very first so we can see a total before and after. But even those little stars, you can see the little stars in there now.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle, does the Ranger 3 page list a spec for max speed? Just curious.
I believe it's 500, but I will double check.
Not even going to open this. We'll compare on the microscope.
Speed 500 millimeters per second on the x-axis, 400 on the y during engraving.
Hey, 400 on the y is pretty cool.
Yeah.
At
if you tried going 400 on the y
on
a crappy rail, it would not look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means you could do a 400 millimeter per second 45 degree engrave if you really needed to.
Oh man, that'd be cool too, huh?
Yeah. I mean, the use case isn't always there, but when it is, I mean, I can't do a 400 degree or a 400 millimeter 45 on mine.
Yeah.
Mine would crap itself.
All right, there's Fox 3.
The exhaust could be stronger, guys. We know.
Yeah, we're on an S4. We're using the exhaust that I typically use for my fiber laser, which is not sufficient for this, and it is temporary, and it will be replaced.
Yeah.
All right, that looks much better. And we should focus too.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and get focused real quick. Yeah, so lots of smoke, but that will be changed. Yeah, so we're about a millimeter high on that last one that we did.
Okay.
Oh man, even this is not thick enough. That's actually now I'm a little annoyed. So I think I can
touch.
Yeah, I think I can. If I get this out here, we can loosen that and just drop the tube assembly there. And tighten that back up.
That's a good point.
and that'll do it. I'm just going to give it one little super quick tap down. Yeah, dude, the touchscreen, 10 out of 10 on fine adjustments, which is shocking. But
we know you're very much a manual focus type of person.
I am. Dude.
Your original OM Tech, manual focus.
Yep.
Every one of your fiber, or actually I should say galvo lasers, is manual focus.
Yep. And I'm impressed by this, so that's very good. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to resend the Fox again, Fox 4, and let's go ahead and send that and start. So file Fox 4. So
I'm just blown away by those trees already. I can't wait to see what it looks like now.
This is funny.
What's up?
I see their test files are still loaded in to the controller here. One of them was Donald Duck. Okay, origin, Fox. Great. Okay, we'll go ahead and run this up. Engraved beyond border limit. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'll EQ from the edge a little bit. Origin. Yeah, same stuff, guys. Same problems. It's still a machine. Okay, origin frame. Thank you. Please run. Okay, it's really not liking me being this close to the edge, so we're gonna have to move it a good bit from the edge there.
How do you have overscan set in your color?
Yeah, I don't even know what it's set to. That's all. I
think it defaults to like 2% or something.
All right, here we go. Get you guys recentered up on the screen here. I just want you to have the most realistic comparison of the two possible. So this is the first one that's in focus with a scanning offset adjustment done. So this should be our best yet. Rochambeau wants to try a 45 at 400. Maybe. I don't know, dude. That's still it. I know that we can potentially do that, but it still gives me kind of like the shivers, thinking about forcing the machine to do that.
It's not something a typical gantry machine would enjoy doing, to be honest. I should say, the only time I've ever done a 45 on mine, I had to run it at like 150 millimeters a second because any faster, it would crap itself. It looked like garbage.
It's really turned into a long stream.
Nothing wrong with that. We got a lot done.
A good chunk of it I spent installing drivers, so
we got a lot done. We learned about the machine. We got your machine set up. It's gone from basically fresh out of the crate to fully functional for the most part. And I got some UV testing in, which is, always fun.
You can tell too, I don't know if you noticed there, Kyle, but there was a little bit of shake from the folding table. Not a lot, but enough to pick it up on the 85 millimeter lens. Yeah. I didn't notice it on any of the other lenses, but the 85 is close enough to zoom that I was able to actually see it there. All right, again, I'm going to baby wipe here my wood piece so that we don't get specks clouding our view of the engraving from the paint strips that have landed on the wood. And there's a good amount of those, so I'm just going to wipe that off real quick. It's like someone shredded a black Crayola crayon inside my machine. Like a melted black Crayola crayon. All right, that actually did pretty well. So here's the original, guys. The microscope. Yep. Okay, and let's just zoom out here. That's kind of unnecessary. All right, so there's the original without the scanning offset adjustment. And you can see, so there's the moon, right? There's the fox head. Look at the curves and the edge around the head and the ears. You can see the bumps there.
Look at the moon.
Yeah, look at the moon. It's barely there. The stars are just little blips of on there's only one. That one right there in the center. That's the only bit of star that made it through. The trees, again, rough, right? You can see those kind of like half burnt pieces of wood that are supposed to be trees, and the rabbit there, all not good. And then in focus with our scanning offset adjustment, there's your moon. Much smoother on the curve there for the head and the ears.
I love it.
We're actually getting multiple stars. So there we can see 3 stars, 1, 2, 3. They're actually showing up there. And there's a 4th and a 5th maybe on the back. And the trees are looking much better now.
The trees look like trees.
Yep, the trees look like trees. So this is very good. And yeah, down to the feet, nice smooth edges, really clean. And just for reference, guys, here is my finger. Okay, so that's my fingerprint right there. That's how big we are on size. If I let me see. Here is a 3.5 millimeter headphone jack to give you just an idea of how small this is. We're still kind of getting resolution here. Okay, so very, very, very good. One last thing here. Here's a Q-tip head, the head of a Q-tip. So we could fit that moon easily on the head of the Q-tip here, and we are resolving detail. So that's very nice. The last thing that I really want to see before we close this out today, and here's the one that was out of focus, but much larger, by the way. So you can actually see all 4 points on those stars. This is about twice the size, and much, much even smoother curves on that, of course, because we enlarged the image.
Yeah.
But the last thing that I want to see before we close out the stream today is a photo test. I think we need to do like a photo test in order for this to kind of be a complete first use, right?
I think that would be appropriate.
I think that would be appropriate as well. So we'll get rid of this. And I'm thinking a nugget photo. Thinking we need to do a little nugget action here. So let me see if I can find a decent nugget photo quickly.
Can always use a little more adorable in our live streams. So that works.
I want a nice sharp one. I'm actually going to switch over to main real quick so I can see on my bright monitor. That one is nice. So let's go ahead and grab that one, download. And here we go, guys. So download, boom. Here's the nugget photo of the day. I think that's a good one. Yeah.
Good contrast too.
Yeah, great contrast. I'm going to go as big as I can on this because, you know, it's CO2. It's still CO2, despite the good performance we've had so far. I'm going to say 170 millimeters tall. So this will have a little bit of a run time to it, but we should get decent performance out of it. Height 170. Boom. Okay, good. And let's do our image adjustment real quick. So first off, let's turn that off. We need a DPI, of course. So we have not done our DPI testing. So let's see what our DPI is on. Come on. Okay. So let's see what our DPI is on this thing. Do you have a DPI on yours, Kyle? You can give me like a good starting point.
95
lines per inch.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I know. CO2 with a 2-inch lens, man. That could probably use some fine tuning, and I probably need to check my alignment. But
we will certainly do both of those things. So, this setting, I think I'm just going to leave it. I'd like it darker, but I don't want to increase our burnout. So I'm going to send as is. This is not very photo-friendly wood because it's very blonde. It has a very blonde engraved to it. So it does not darken particularly well.
So basically what Alex is trying to determine is if 95 DPI is functionally going to have the engraved lines touching properly. If there's too much space, it'll cause an unengraved section. And if it's too close together or overlapping, the engraved lines will obviously be touching and you lose, or overlapping each other, you lose detail that way too. So in the photo episode, we go over doing that with a gradient because it's easier to see that way. But once you know the rules, you can kind of bend them a little bit. 95 too much?
I'm just kind of eyeballing it, and I'm doing a few.
Okay.
Just to have a spread, you know.
That works.
Rather than like getting up and doing this like 80 times, I just want to kind of get it done. So,
yeah. I appreciate that the controller gives you an audible indication that it received it too.
I know, isn't that nice?
Yeah. I mean, obviously the beep can kind of get annoying after a while, but knowing it's sitting there waiting for you to start it is good.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I bet, dude. I would be surprised if there was not a way to turn down the volume on the beep at this point, just given all of the settings. All right, so I did 95, 85, 75, and 65. Running 65 now, and then we'll just take a quick look under the scope.
Roe says, what controller is it? It is a Trosin
AWC 7813.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, I'm going to switch you guys over to the microscope real quick. And we're just going to inspect these really fast. So here we are at, I'm going to even let's just go ahead and zoom back in here. So what we're looking for now, come on. So what we're looking for now is that the lines are next to each other, but not touching. So here is Kyle's 95. And we have to account for that burnout too. So you see those little burnt bits and pieces between them. You know, that can be an issue. Here's, I think 85 is, it's hard to tell, you know, wood is difficult. Wood is very difficult because it's not
also because it's blonde.
Yeah, it's not just the spot that's being burned, it's everything around it that is being affected by that burn. 75 is here. I think my focus is just a little bit off. So there's the 75 and the 65 here. 65 is probably the most obviously separated on the lines.
Yeah, too low on that.
I'm probably going to go 75 on this wood.
Yeah, I think that's about within normal range of normal for a CO2.
Yep. So we'll now come in here to our adjust image, and we are going to set our DPI to 75. So this is why you get diode lasers, guys, essentially, because You know, this is
knowing
decent, but
yeah,
go ahead, Kyle.
Knowing the DPI, I'd guess you're on a 2.5 or 2-inch lens.
Yeah, and then we're gonna pop in here. I am going to turn the dot width correction on. That should be 0.66 of our interval. So we'll just need our calculator real quick. And we have 0.339 times 0.66. So 0.22 on that. 0.2, I suppose. And I'm just, one more time, I want to just see our, so we're at Jarvis right now. How's Atkinson? It's a little stucky. Maybe Atkinson for this one. I feel like the contrast will help. And you can always go to halftone, guys, if you want to go to halftone. Halftone can really help with lasers that have large dot sizes, but you're marking in small areas. Halftone can make a big difference. But I'm really trying to test this machine here. I'm really trying to push the limits. So I want to do a genuine bitmap, and I think Atkinson is probably going to be the way to go. I might just bump the gamma up just a little bit brighter, and I think that's going to be good. So with all of this done, we're at speed 335 power as our default image setting, and I think I'm gonna bump that up to maybe 45.
Try and darken it a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
And we'll go ahead and send this.
So Ro wants to know, are you sending it because Lightburn can't control it directly? So
no.
I'm pretty sure Lightburn can control it directly. We just prefer to run stuff off the controller.
I like sending because sending forces me to confront the file at the controller before I run it. So it's just kind of like an extra protection for me, you know?
Yeah.
And if I've learned anything in my time laser engraving, it's not to trust anything side lit by the camera lights inside of the case here. It's just not reliable. So we won't really be able to judge this until it's out of the machine. I think we can go bigger. I'm going to go bigger. Just because we can. And, you know, every little bit really helps with these images. Every extra line that we can get in there. I'm going to try to take that to 200. But yeah, I like having to look at it in the controller, you know, and like acknowledge that that is what I want to run before. We can go even bigger. I'm going to try 220. Because again, that's like, you know, 10 extra lines or 20 extra lines, right, of detail that we can get out of this. You hear me, Kyle?
Yep. You kind of
Sure.
flickered out for a sec.
I'm on the Movo, so I don't trust it, you know?
If you suddenly go silent, I'll yell and wave my arms in dismay.
Okay. And I don't think we can fit this photo on the 85, so we'll back out of that, and we will get you guys back on the 50 here, which should give us plenty of field. How's that look on focus, Kyle?
Pretty good.
Okay. All right, that's taking us to the very edge of the board. So that's perfect. And we will begin. So this is going to take a little while, but it should do the trick. Yeah, I need to order a new exhaust, literally right this second. I'm gonna probably order one right now. Let's head over to Amazon.
If you guys have liked the stream or hanging out or enjoyed what we talked about, hit the like button. Let people know that there's quality info in the video, man.
Mm-hmm. Share a laser everything video with a friend. I'm actually using my own buying guide here to find the centrifuge that I use at work.
Are you going with the 8-inch one or the
I think
6-inch
I'm gonna-
one that I have linked?
I think I'm gonna. I mean, how do you like yours?
I love it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yep.
Do you think it'll fit in a windowsill? Because that's what I have to work with.
I can pull it up on my laser cam and show you how I have mine set up, and you can judge for yourself.
Yeah, I suppose I'll take a look at that.
We'll do it after the photo engraving.
No, it's fine. Where's it going
Unless
to
you
go?
want me to do it now.
It's just sitting there.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take a look at it.
Did you see the mark on my UV bed?
Oh, you did it.
This was on day 1 of owning the UV. It went through the glass because I didn't have it focused right. Sad day. This is the first Galvo bed I've marked, and I'm OCD.
Imagine. Won't be the last, buddy. Won't be the last.
Nope. I'll actually show you the one behind my laser, my CO2. So I have it all taped up because I'm OCD, but it's got a horizontal footprint of about a foot.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking at like the suction side, the mount, that's the 8-inch. The 6-inch has the same footprint and same housing. The inlet and outlet are smaller.
Got it.
I find that it actually moves basically the same volume of air.
What is the distance between the edge of the bracket and the output, like the exit of the airflow?
So hold on.
Is the air moving left to right or right to left?
Air is moving from this side, to that side.
I wanted the other answer.
These are just adapters.
Okay.
So from bracket to the end,
Yeah.
you're saying?
Yeah.
Is like 4 inches.
Yeah, because I'm gonna have to mount it in the windowsill and then have that hole basically just go out the window, because Jimmy cut some acrylic for me that's a stand-in for the window right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna have to have a new piece cut that like actually fits that circle in order to fit that in there, and it's gonna just literally be sitting right on the edge, because as soon as you're off of that, right, it's like you're on the Ranger at that point.
Yeah.
So, well, this is looking pretty good so far.
I mean, your other option is you could do a short duct run and relocate it. So it goes through the hole in the acrylic.
I'd rather not, but I could.
Yeah.
For consistency here, guys, the Ranger and the folding table are not moving at all right now. So it's really those short scan distances that are going to cause shake, if anything. But right now, the Ranger is sitting perfectly still, which is nice.
Especially at those higher speeds where it's got the inertia going.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. I know it's side lit, and side lighting is always a thing, with photos. They make them look better than they actually are. But this feels promising so far.
It looks good.
it looks better on camera than it does in person, if I'm being honest.
Better or worse?
It looks better on camera than in person. I just zoomed in and like really focused
picking up
it.
those real dot details, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if you guys can actually see the dots, and I don't think you can. It's just not sharp enough or close enough on the camera. So the camera is making it look very, very nice, and in reality, it's good for a CO2. It's no diode for sure. The diode is certainly
we're kind of spoiled by our fiber UV and diode.
Yeah.
Where we can regularly get like 250 or higher DPI.
And again, the CO2 is good for photo. I mean, we see people take advantage of contrast to do photos all the time. I don't like doing that. I just don't like it. I don't know why. It just doesn't do it for me. You know what I'm talking about? Like where they're using resolutions higher than they should and taking advantage of like contrast and doing special manipulations in Photoshop to get things right. I like bitmaps. I like the way they look. I don't necessarily want to cheat it. I'd rather just get my dot size smaller.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is a compound lens compatible machine. That's something I really want to look into.
I think you have the same tube size as I do. So the kit I was looking at should fit for you too.
Oh, really? This one's very narrow. This is a very narrow tube. It's much more narrow than the OhmTech.
Yep. I believe it's a K series tube.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a 19 mil, I think.
Interesting.
I think it's the same as mine.
Yeah, Matt, if you've never seen photos on the diode, go watch the last episode of the podcast we did with Christopher. Christopher did an image half this size with 3 times the better resolution. Maybe 4 times better resolution. All right, guys, smoke's cleared out. Here's the reveal. This isn't the best wood in the world. But nor is it the best lighting. Apologize for that. Let me zoom in, make sure that I'm absolutely focused here. But there it is. Let's see if I can move this just away, just a little bit. All right, that is very sharp on the focus. So what do you think, Kyle?
I think that's not bad. So
I think it's not bad.
Again, for CO2, you're working with a humongous dot size comparatively, right? So what you're looking at is like the equivalent detail of what I have on my 2 foot by 3 foot Cora that's back to the right of me.
Yeah.
That I did I did that for the photo guide, right? So yeah. I think it looks good.
Like, it's definitely there, you know?
The only way you're going to get more detail is by moving to a smaller lens or a compound lens.
Right. Which I'd love a smaller lens for this machine.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't do a lot of cutting. I'm not a big cutter.
Yeah. I suspect you're working with a 2 or 2.5 inch lens. If you got like a 1.5, I don't even know if they make smaller lenses technically than 1 or 1.5, without going to a compound. But I mean, you would be looking at least doubling the DPI.
I'm having second thoughts now too, man. Look at this.
What's up? Yeah, so we could have tightened that up a little bit, I bet.
Yeah, but like quite a bit. Maybe.
So
I mean,
you did 75 on that?
Should I venture to say like double? You know, look at that distance there. You see it?
Yeah, maybe like. Oh, maybe it is a smaller lens.
Like when
so
it's
maybe
actually
like
in
125,
use,
maybe.
Yeah. Should we do it? Should we do one more?
Yeah. Do I mean, I wouldn't do a huge one, but because then you have space for more testing if you wanted to. But
Well, I got 2 more of these boards too.
okay. So yeah, I mean, maybe like 125 or something, which would give you just shy of double the DPI.
Big difference. All right, let's try that. Should we hit it a little harder too? I feel like it's
blondish.
Yeah,
maybe.
I feel like we can.
Well, you're also tightening the DPI too. Maybe, I don't know. What do you think? Like 50?
I'm gonna go a little higher.
Okay.
Yeah, why not? Right? Make a big change
for science, man.
For science. It's the most unscientific thing ever, but. All right, let's try this again. I'm gonna flip the board.
Love says she simply can't get past the speed of that laser. She's so used to the GF Pro. I'm guessing the Glowforge Pro.
Yeah, this is fairly slow. We're not even running at max speed. This is 300.
Ro also said pre-treating with like a borax solution might help it pop too.
Yeah, I've seen the borax suggestions for sure. We could go bigger on this if we wanted to, but I don't want to ruin the experiment. So
yeah, get a 1-to-1.
I'm gonna leave it. All right, and this one's going to take twice as long.
Yeah, because we almost doubled the lines.
That did it on the darkness.
The power. All right.
Yeah.
Good.
All right, man. Cover for me. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. So, guys, interesting enough, CO2 is actually out of our spectrum of view. We can't see it, but you can actually see the beam combiner hitting the particles of fumes in the air. If you look just to the left of the head as it scans back and forth, you can see that red line. So you can't see the CO2 beam, but you can see the red light combiner showing you where that beam is hitting, which is kind of interesting. Love says, yes, correct, Glowforge Pro. I'm patiently awaiting for my Mirror 7 due next month. That's awesome. Heck yeah. You'll have to let us know how you like it. Alex had the Mirror 9. He loved it. So Mirror 7 is basically the little sibling to that. So. Rose says, this has been fun, but now I have to look productive at work. Good luck. Rose says, my Ortur LM2 just collects dust. That's a shame. It's capable of so much detail. You could really do some awesome stuff with it. Jack says, I have a diode, almost never use it. Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of diodes, but I'm also, I pretty much run daily testing on a lot of the equipment I use for longevity testing. So everything gets used. What kind of projects you guys got going on now? And how many of you are going to go home tonight and mess around with doing some photos after today? You're going to mess around with some slate coasters on your fiber? Nice, nice. I got to say, slate on fiber has been my absolute favorite thing to do recently. It's fast, it's rewarding, you can test quickly. and it's really, really versatile. And you can also mess around with depth too. I really, really, really like it. We did some UV slate stuff earlier. I don't know if you were here, Army. But that was also fun. We managed to get a dark gray and a light gray. And I might mess around with slowing it down and speeding it up just to see if we can get a tan later. We'll see. Jack is getting the fiber ready for some dog tags now. Very cool. Matt says, I really just need to wait for my microscope to arrive so I can get everything calibrated. That's fair. Let me know how it goes, Matt. When you do get that in, we can if you're looking for feedback, happy to help out. Jack says, I want to get some slate. If you want small batches of slate and you don't have a business account with JDS, swing by your local Michaels. You can usually get a 4-pack for like between $4 and $5, and they have a persistent 20 or 25% off coupon to knock $1 off or $1 and change off. So it ends up being like $1 or less per hunk of slate. Use it front and back for testing. That's what I do. Ends up being a pretty good deal. Pete says need to fine tune the fiber, then work on Photoshop aspect for photo adjustment. If you're using a fiber with an EasyCAD 2 control board, you can do all of your DPI adjustments right in Lightburn if you want. You don't necessarily need to do Photoshop adjustment unless you need to like brighten up certain parts of it or something like that. Matt says I must be way off on DPI. That explains some of my problems with the laser anyway. We all got problems, man. It could be. DPI can really, like, when I first started with my CO2 as my starter machine, I was like, oh, I just want more detail. Let's throw 600 DPI at it. Yeah. But at the end of the day, all that means is I was just burning a hole through whatever I was engraving and wondering why it didn't work out, right? And actually, I can show you an example of too much DPI. Let me turn on the light
back,
again.
by the way. Hi.
Hi.
This is looking much better than the first one, I think, so far.
Yes. So I'm going to throw myself up in the little screen here. We'll go split. This is an example of far too much DPI. I did this, I don't know, back in December. And
it's not.
See how washed out it is? Yeah. Like, I burned right through the subcolor and most of it. Like, this is supposed to be like a medium dark, wrong side. This is supposed to be like a sea blue almost.
Yep. Under
the black. And you can see mostly white underneath it, like with a tint of blue. So that's that was my first foray into far too much DPI. I'm probably going to be redoing that soon.
Yeah, dude, I've been seriously considering like a square card table.
Yep.
To just put like right next to me on my right here to have a diode setup going on in here, because now the Ranger and the fiber take up my entire back desk area. So
did I tell you I just got diode enclosure?
Yo, dude, look, Jimmy's here. Hey, Jimmy.
Jimmy's alive.
Jimmy just had a couple vertebrae in his spine fused together, so we're very glad to see that Jimmy is healthy and awake and not dead. So everybody tell Jimmy that he's a trooper in the chat. Give that man a thumbs up.
Love you,
He
Jimmy.
deserves it.
Doing good,
he had a hell of a day today.
You kick back and relax and let yourself recover, man. Enjoy the show.
I should not be watching this because he's just going to go home and immediately try to fuck with his lasers.
Jimmy says he's sore. Yeah, that's
dude. That's what happens when they go knifing around in your neck.
Don't be screwing around. Give your body time to chill.
Yeah, for real.
Watch and sleep. That's what you should be doing.
Sleep. Go put on Laser Everything TV and take a snooze. That should be one of the ads, Kyle. Break your neck? Check out Laser Everything TV.
Oh my god.
Feel like you're engraving without engraving.
Ah, man. So Matt says, I must have, oh, wait, no, we did that one already. Tony says, I got my Mirror 9 delivered last week, just in time for me to have to move it from Arizona to the new house in Tennessee. So that will be fun.
Hey, at least it came.
RIP. Yeah, at least it came. One pro tip. If you've already unpacked it and started setting it up, when you go to repack it for your move, tie the head and the gantry in place so that it's not sliding around in the truck when it's moving.
We did that when we moved the Ranger as well. Zip ties are a lifesaver.
Yep. Zip tie, Velcro strap, string, use something so that the head doesn't slide back and forth and the gantry doesn't move front to back or anything.
Yeah, and then we used, because the door on the Ranger is gas pistons. I'm pretty sure it is on the Mirror too, if I'm remembering right. We used a truck strap, like a ratcheting truck strap, and just ratcheted the. Yeah. Yep.
Don't crack it. Don't over tighten it.
Oh, and for the love of, like, take your tube out, or you're gonna get there with a shredded tube. Take your tube out, wrap it in some foam, wrap it in some blankets, whatever. Pack it separately. You would think that it's safe inside the tube carriage in the back of the machine, but really those clamps are putting a lot of pressure on the tubes. And if the metal bends and warps when you go over a bump or something, those clamps aren't going to let up. The glass is not going to bend with the metal, and you're going to end up with a shattered tube. So I would probably recommend just pulling the tube, just from things that I've seen. You probably don't have to, but I mean, why break a tube if you don't have to, right?
Yep. And the other thing is, I mean, you're going to have to do an alignment anyway, so pulling the tube is not going to kill you.
Yeah.
Or at least you're going to have to validate the alignment. So,
dude, speaking of alignment, can I just say I'm shocked that this is just working right now?
I mean, they put in the footwork before they shipped it. So at least
I know, but I mean,
it
shipped from California, and then we put it in the back of Jimmy's truck without anything, and drove it here, and then I dragged it up the stairs.
That is a testament to
Weld
they must have locked the mirrors down real good. Yeah.
Yeah. It could probably be improved, I bet, if we did some testing right now. But it's good enough to use, at the very least.
Yeah. Jimmy says his surgery was 3.5 hours instead of 2. That's okay. It just means they needed to give you some extra loving.
It's because you were probably a stubborn asshole under your anesthetic, Your neck bones are as stubborn as you.
When I had to go in for a sinus surgery, instead of 45 minutes like they anticipated, it was 6 hours.
Jesus Christ.
I literally went in there and chiseled away at my sinuses to
I removed you, but I meant to click this.
That's okay. It's a sturdy machine. They were not gentle.
No, we were not gentle. All right, there we go. All right, let's take a look.
Let's see that photo.
I think I bumped the table or something, because we do have a line.
It happens.
But I would say that's a huge improvement over the first.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a quick wipe down, and then I'll show it on the main camera over here. And we'll compare. We can do a front to back flip.
Yeah. Marina says, what the fuck did they do? Replace your sinuses? Basically, they refurbished them. So your sinus paths, anatomy lesson for us laser owners. Your sinuses kind of run the whole surface of your face, right? From your forehead down to your, in your cheeks and stuff. They went into every pathway and basically cleaned it out because it was calcified. I was getting sinus infections like weekly for a year or more, and it basically ruined them. So they went in there and basically, power washed it, but more physically. And it took me about 2 weeks to recover from that because we're not going to get into the nitty gritty details. It's gross, but needless to say, I haven't had like an upper sinus infection in like 8 years. So did its job.
So just to compare, let me find a darker area here.
Bigger.
So that actually looks far closer to appropriate.
Just barely. Yep. They're just barely touching, basically.
Probably just a smidge high. Just a smidge high on that, but not bad at all. Definitely not the worst.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard to tell what you're looking at when you are examining wood under the microscope here.
Especially when it's that light, right? It's not darkening up that much.
Yep.
Unless it hits
sometimes I like to come over here and check out the edge if I'm having a hard time. It can make it a little easier to see. It's still not super apparent. But it looks closer. I would probably loosen this up just a hair. Here we can see actually pretty well. If I refocus this. Oh, which way are we going here? Sorry, guys. Where did I see those two next to each other? So like up in here. So this gives us actually a decent idea. Like these two right here in the dead center of the screen, those are two that would supposedly be touching. So this is actually like fairly close. And of course, we're having burnout issues. It's wood. It's an organic. Organics are more difficult to do photos on. But this actually is not terrible. It's not bad at all. There's a nice view. Can you see that, Kyle?
Yep.
So like that section right there in the middle, we can see 4 clear lines. And they're definitely not overlapping, but the burnout areas around the lines are just a little bit, and those burnout areas don't really matter vertically, but horizontally where we get those pilled ends of our beam, it is eating into some of our contrast. So we could probably make improvements there with our dot width adjustment.
The other thing we can do, if you're working with a light wood like this, where it goes from light to not so dark during an engrave and you have to really crank the power, getting something on there that will kind of caramelize at the surface faster at lower power can help you with that too. So like it was talked about before, the whole oh God, what's the stuff?
The borax.
The borax trick. Thank you. So if you do something like the borax trick, the borax is actually doing like a caramelization at the surface from the heat, and it will turn it darker with less heat. So you're not spreading the burnout quite so far. If you wanted to go like the pre-processing route, right? That's not for everybody. That's not really our jam, so to speak. At least it hasn't been. So.
There you go. And I mean, like in the hat area, up in here, like that's kind of where you're noticing the quality of the wood fall apart. Down here too, we've got like a big knot in there that engraved different than the rest of it. And I still don't know what this is. I don't remember hitting the machine or bumping it, but I could have. That seems like a big jump though for a bump.
Is that when you went to go refocus the camera potentially.
It could have been, yeah. And then up here, you can actually see the goods on the shelves in the background, which is a good sign. This is through a window in a door, and then the shopping cart, right? So we can see the details in the shopping cart. You can see the details in her face. So all in all, I don't, this isn't a bad. This is not a bad photo, especially for a CO2. I'm pretty happy with this on really crappy wood. This wood is like. This is like craft wood, it's not for what we're doing right now at all. And just so that you guys can see it and compare. So here is the 125 DPI. Here is the 75.
Yeah.
So we can see a lot less in there, right? Especially in the face, the hat, again, those goods on the shelves there when we're looking at those. And we did change our settings a little bit, so we don't want to attribute all of this change to the DPI, but a lot of it for sure. There's clearly more detail on this side of the photo. So, just like anything else, guys, photos take practice. Let's see if I can zoom in, give you guys kind of like an idea of the texture up close. So there you go. So there you can actually see the individual scan lines in the hat and the dot size there are on the face. So I think just a little tight on the DPI. We could probably back that down to like 110 and I'd be really happy with it. But you can still like the details, right? The details are there. The dots are there. The door is like crisp. That's like crystal clear. And all of the details in the jacket, the zipper. Pretty cool. And of course, the further away you get from it, the better it looks. But I would say this was a successful test run.
Hell yeah.
And that's
I
it.
wonder if that's got a smaller lens on it, if it's up in the hundreds.
I don't know, man.
1.5 maybe.
That is a good question. It's a good question.
We'll have to compare.
Yep. That's it. We're done. 4 hours and 10 minutes later.
It's kind of reminiscent of the all-day streams you used to do at the shop.
Yeah, totally right.
Like, it's a far stretch from those 12-hour ones you did, but like those literally all-day streams, getting jobs done, before the holidays.
Yep, totally. But I do need to go. I need to clean all this shit up and make the room look nice again. And I actually have to run an errand real quick. And then Kyle and I are coming back because tonight we're having Roberto Blake, influencer, social media, top man. He's got like 560 subs on YouTube. He's coming on the Laser Source podcast to talk to us about how to grow our brand and our business online. So if you guys are in this for the money and you're trying to make that sweet, sweet cash, this is not an episode that you're going to want to miss. So make sure you swing back around. That starts at 9 p.m. tonight. So you've got about 5 hours to kill. And then swing back over here, and we're going to be going live with Roberto Blake. Should be a really good time. Boyce knows him particularly well. I think Boyce is like really a Blake follower, so I think he's giddy at the opportunity to hang out with him and talk with him for a little while. So it should be fun.
Fangirling even.
Yep, fangirling even. And then we got to play with this soon too. This is another live stream coming up. We need to do kind of the same thing we just did with the Ranger, with the Laser Pecker 2 back here. I'm excited to play that. I asked them for a Laser Pecker 3 and they told me to shove it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not done harassing them about it. I'm going to keep asking. They give me, when companies don't want to give me stuff, they tell me that their stock is low. Like, our stock is really low right now. I'm like, oh. So just keep asking. Because I was like, I'd really like to show them side by side, because the Laser Pecker 2 is blue laser for organics, and the Laser Pecker 3, same exact thing. It does all the same exact shit, but it's got a 1064 module inside. So it supposedly does metal. So having those two side by side would be really cool to be able to compare them. But neither here nor there, guys. that's the Ranger. There she is. We got it from uncrated to running today. We did everything that we needed to do. It was a very long live stream, but if you guys hung out for the whole thing, thank you guys so much for spending the time with Kyle and I. We appreciate it as always. If you got value out of this live stream by Laser Everything, please, guys, please smash the like button. Let everybody else know that the content is good. That engagement really helps get the channel in front of new viewers. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell if you haven't already, so that you get notified the next time we upload a live. And go get some merch. I'm not even wearing merch right now. I'm just wearing a shirt. Kyle's got merch. Go get some merch. LaserEverything.net/merch. Kyle, you're going to throw those offset adjustment files at some point on LaserEverything.net/downloads in the project. Yes. The user submission.
It'll either go in the user submission or it'll go in the resources
on the website. You can send them to Amanda too. Yeah, and just have her.
Yeah. They'll be somewhere there.
Yeah, one or the other. And I don't know. Go listen to Emergency Stop if you haven't. It's a good time. New episode comes out Thursday. Got 2 episodes out now. Emergency Stop. Laser Source Podcast tonight at 9. That's it. That's all I got. Thank you guys so much for watching. And we will see you in the next one.